watching now. Every eye's on you. Every single second counts. Will you make it through? It's an uphill battle, and your knees are bruised. When the clock is ticking down, let your powers burn. Don't be afraid of a little fire. Let it boom, it. You were born and raised a fighter. Let it boom, it. Everyone's watching. Show them what you do. What you were really here for. What you come to prove. And get them singing. And get them singing.
This summer, the heat will rise with every game, every clash, and every choice. And somewhere in that heat, one team out of 28 will break through and stand tall as champions of Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Summer. 28 total teams, all from India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. Teams will come in hot and will only have one purpose: to be crowned by fire. South Asia play-ins starts from June 12th to June 14th. 18 teams will kick off the South Asia play-ins and will be divided into 3 groups of 6 each. 8 teams from India, 5 teams from Bangladesh, 3 teams from Pakistan, and 2 teams from Nepal. In a round-robin format, each group will play against the others over 3 days. At the end of day 3, only the top 8 teams out of 18 will move forward. For the remaining 10 teams, the journey ends. Main event starts from June 18th to June 20th. The 8 qualified teams from South Asia play-ins will then be challenged by the 10 invited teams. The top Indian team from Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. 1 team each from Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. Joining the fray will be teams from across the ocean. 2 teams from Indonesia, 2 teams from Malaysia, and 2 teams from Thailand. Once again, 18 teams are split into 3 groups of 6, and in a round-robin stage that will last for 3 days, only 12 of the finest teams in all of Asia will move on to the last challenge. Grand Finals on 21st June. 1 day, 1 opportunity, no second chances. The Grand Finals will be played in Champion Rush format. To claim the title of champions, a team must first reach 90 points to activate Champion Rush, and then secure a booyah. At stake is not just the crown, but also the biggest share of the $50,000 prize pool. When the final moment arrives and the heat reaches its peak, only one team will rise above the rest, and only one team will be remembered as crowned by fire.
Let's see आगे बढ़ के क्या ये सामने कुछ और फ्रैग्स एकत्रित कर पाएंगे। एनजे ओहायो को डाउन किया गया है। यहाँ पे ऑटोबॉस के कुणाल जीवित है। मैट गॉड सामने की तरफ फुवारा को भी डाउन कर दिया गया है। टीम अकीन के पास एडवांटेज था, बट क्या मैट गॉड यहाँ पे इस पोजीशन से कम बैक कर पाएंगे? क्या यहाँ पे क्लच कर पाएंगे? फ्रीज नेट्स का भी इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। मैट गॉड को शॉट लगाने की पूरी कोशिश, कुणाल भी डिस्टेंस से शॉट लगाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन फिलहाल के लिए मैट गॉड यहाँ पे अकेले खिलाड़ी जूझते हुए और फिक्स को करेंगे डाउन। दूसरे छोर पे चलिए, टीम अक्की के खिलाड़ियों का रिवाइवल तो हो चुका है, बट मानना पड़ेगा मैट गॉड को। मैट गॉड क्लियरली प्लेइंग लाइक अ मैट गॉड इन द मोमेंट।
लेकिन अभी के लिए ऑटोबॉट बनाम iQOO टोटल गेमिंग, एक तरफ है भारत के पायोनियर्स iQOO टोटल गेमिंग, तो दूसरी तरफ है द न्यू कमर्स बट द राइजिंग स्टार्स, द अमेजिंग प्लेयर्स ऑफ ऑटोबॉट esports, जिन्होंने दर्शाया कि प्रेशर में वो क्या कुछ कर सकते हैं। बट अभी के लिए यहाँ पे टीम आकी को फिनिश करेंगे iQOO टोटल गेमिंग। कमाल का प्ले, इंस्टेंट रिएक्शन देखने को मिला एंड ये फिनिशर मूव आएगा इन खिलाड़ियों की तरफ से। मुसीबत का पहाड़ आगे बढ़ता हुआ ये तूफान ऑटोबॉट esports मैट गॉड, एक मैड रश यहाँ पे होता हुआ। इस टाइम नेड भी टॉस करके नीचे फेंकेंगे, अंदर जरूर गया। इस वक्त देखिए हीलिंग यूएवीज का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, ब्लू वॉल यूएवी का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। उन ब्लू वॉल्स को वो तोड़ना नहीं चाहते, लेकिन कैसे नहीं टूटेगी। रिपटाइड रिदम भी आएगा, मेल्टर्स भी आएंगे, इस वक्त हमला भी किया जाएगा। मैड गॉड बेक ऑफ, ये खिलाड़ी आगे बढ़ता जा रहा है।
आखिरी के सर्कल की तरफ हम बढ़ते हुए, ऑटोबॉट्स अपने 80 के आंकड़े की तरफ बढ़ते हुए 5 अंक दूर है वो 80 के आंकड़े से, 5 अंक दूर है एक भारतीय टीम अपने चैंपियन रश कंडीशन को एक्टिवेट करने से। बट फिलहाल के लिए बची कुची कसर टीम हिंद यहाँ पे पूरी करती हुई नजर आई। बट अब टीम हिंद को बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा। बाहर की तरफ से ऑटोबॉट्स के खिलाड़ी आते हुए, और अभी भी टीम ऑटोबॉट्स सेफ गार्ड कर रहे हैं अपने आप को, टीम हिंद सेफ गार्ड कर रहे हैं अपने आप को। पर अभी के लिए तो देखिए टीम देवा यूनाइटेड होरस के ऊपर भी शॉट लगाए थी, गॉडलाइक भी धीरे धीरे करके इस तरफ आती हुई वुडू को डाउन कर दिया है, सैवेज भी डाउन। स्टॉप्स कहां पे है? स्टॉप्स की जरूरत थी यहाँ पे, बट अब स्टॉप्स मुझे लगता है कि रिवाइवल के लिए भागेंगे, बट सैडली भाग नहीं पाए। हो रहा ई स्पोर्ट्स का खात्मा होता हुआ, लेकिन iQOO टोटल गेमिंग बैक इन एक्शन, सामने की तरफ से प्लेयर्स को डाउन करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। बट यहाँ पे डिलीट को डाउन कर दिया गया है टीम गॉडलाइक इट इज, और शैंकी के द्वारा मुझे लगता है कि डिलीट के रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया स्टार्ट हो तो रही थी, लेकिन यहाँ पे शैंकी को मुश्किलों में डाल दिया गया है। चलिए डिलीट का रिवाइवल तो हो चुका है, माफिया के द्वारा वो रिवाइवल हुआ। गॉडलाइक भी काफी अच्छी तरीके से फाइट को एग्जीक्यूट कर रही है। ऑटोबॉट्स आई डोंट नो कितने अंक निकाले हैं अभी, बट जिस तरीके से मेरा एस्टिमेशन है मुझे लगता है 80 का आंकड़ा शायद वो टच कर चुके हैं, लेकिन एनएक्सटी अब ये फंस चुके हैं। अभी रिपटाइड रिदम का प्रयोग किया गया, एनएक्सटी के खिलाड़ी अब ओपन में आ चुके हैं, केडी वॉट को डाउन कर दिया है। दिस इज द राइट मोमेंट, ये सही मौका है टीम ऑटोबॉट्स के लिए। एश को डाउन कर दिया गया है, वाइल्ड फॉक्स आखिरी खिलाड़ी अभी के लिए ग्लू वॉल के पीछे है। बट क्या अब टीम ऑटोबॉट्स आगे बढ़ के टीम हिंद को एलिमिनेट कर पाएगी? साहिल जाट डाउन है, हिंद के शोटो नजर आते हुए, और अब ये ऑटोबॉट्स के प्लेयर्स इस मुकाबले की बुया की तरफ बढ़ते हुए इस समय पे सबसे ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग कंटेंडर है बुया के। शोटो खिड़की से अंदर आए, शोटो का वेलकम कर दिया गया है। मैड गॉड को डाउन किया गया, लेकिन अभी मैड गॉड को डाउन करने वाले वाइल्ड फॉक्स को भी डाउन कर दिया जाएगा। एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी टीम हिंद के खेमे से, और ऑटोबॉट्स का बुया आता हुआ इस मुकाबले में भी।
ये खिलाड़ी निकला है अगले कॉइन मशीन एंड वेंडिंग मशीन पे टीममेट्स को बचाने के लिए। टीम iQOO टोटल गेमिंग सामने होने वाली टीम स्ट्रॉ हैट्स रिसेंटली यहाँ पे चैंपियन बनी अपने डोमेस्टिक स्ट्रक्चर के अंदर, डोमेस्टिक टूर्नामेंट के अंदर। और अगर हम बात करें इस समय टीम iQOO टोटल गेमिंग बिल्कुल उनके सामने होने वाली है। पीछे से जाएंगे, हैशटैग हमला करेंगे, हैशटैग आगे जा चुके हैं, 2 एलिमिनेशन झोली में होने वाले हैं। हैशटैग को नॉक कराए, बचाना पड़ेगा टीममेट्स को, यूनाइट होकर खेलना पड़ेगा। पर क्या स्ट्रॉ हैट्स अपना एलिमिनेशन बचा पाएंगे? जीना है। यहाँ पे 2 खिलाड़ी को नॉक कराए, माफिया कमाल की स्नाइपिंग करते हुए 2 खिलाड़ियों को नॉक करके निकाला है। इस समय नील एंड वू की हेल्थ कम, नील आखिरी सर्वाइवर, वो यहां से निकलना चाहते थे, नील की हेल्थ कम, और इसी के साथ क्या टीम स्ट्रॉ हैट्स एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी। बड़ा प्रश्न चिन्ह होने वाला है। यहां पर रिवाइवल दिया गया, थीवा के साथ अपने टीममेट को बचाने की कोशिश, शॉट को बचा लिया गया है, पीछा करते हुए डिलीट आगे जा रहे हैं। नील पे हमला होने वाला है, नील को स्पॉट करा और पूरी स्ट्रॉ हैट्स को एलिमिनेट करा है। टीम iQOO टोटल गेमिंग बैक इन फॉर्म। आखिरी टीम, आखिरी बाधा टीम हिंद के सामने है। टीम हिंद इंडिया की इकलौती टीम इस समय जो सरवाइव कर रही है, इकलौती टीम जो टकरा सकती है, एक्सपेंड के इस कहर को रोक सकती है। बाकी टीम्स के लिए, केवल अपने लिए नहीं सभी के लिए राहत की सांस लेकर सकते हैं, पर एक्सपेंड को रोकना इस समय नामुमकिन है। एक्सपेंड समझ लीजिए एक बवंडर की तरह आगे आ रही है। देखने वाली बात है किस तरीके से एक्सपेंड आगे प्ले करती है। इसे कहते हैं ताकत, बल, शक्ति, पराक्रम, जोर, क्षमता, सामर्थ्य, रुतबा, रौब, खौफ, दबदबा, हुकूमत, साम्राज्य, अधिपत्य, प्रभुत्व, वर्चस्व और अखंड साम्राज्य। ये गन फाइट लेना एक बड़ी भूल हो सकती है एक्सपेंड से। एक्सपेंड आगे जा चुकी है, हिंद पे हमला करते हुए हिंद के खिलाड़ी नॉक होते हुए वहां सायन को नॉक करा जाएगा। शोटो यहाँ पे आगे बढ़ेंगे, अभी भी एक्सपेंड के पास मैन एडवांटेज हो सकता है। एक लौते खिलाड़ी शोटो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, जोन का डैमेज, क्या शोटो यहाँ से क्लच पुल करेंगे? बड़ा बर्स्ट, और जी हाँ, शोटो यहाँ से क्लच पुल कर देंगे। मिड लेवल पे आपको नजर आ रही है टीम ऑटोबॉट्स इस कंपाउंड के अंदर। एरिया बहुत अच्छा है, एक्सपेंड को रोक सकती है, एक्सपेंड को रोकना पड़ेगा, उनके कहर को रोकना पड़ेगा। इस बार एक्सपेंड पे हमला भी करा जा रहा है, रेवेलेंट एक्समार्क ने भी हाथ खोल दिया है। टीम एक्सपेंड एक एक करके खिलाड़ी नॉक करवाते हुए, उनके खिलाड़ी और ज्यादा नॉक होते हुए, आफे का आखिरी खिलाड़ी जोन में ही बैटल करना इकलौता है उनके पास।
हेलो नमस्कार सत श्री अकाल आदाब, कैसे आप लोग? टियर लिस्ट, टियर रेटिंग लेके आ चुके हैं आपके साथ, और आज हमारे साथ टियर रेटिंग करने के लिए 4 अमेजिंग एथलीट जुड़े हुए हैं। चलिए शुरू करते हैं टियर रेटिंग की। सबसे पहली टीम गाइस ऑटोबॉट्स,
पिछली बार काफी अच्छा खेले थे वैसे, तो हीरोइक पे रख सकते हैं इनको।
अब हमारे सामने आ चुकी है टीम गॉडलाइक।
ग्रैंड मास्टर पे रख दो।
हाँ मेरे हिसाब से भी ग्रैंड मास्टर पे भी।
नोबिता यहाँ पे स्माइल दे रहे हैं कि आप कहीं पे भी रख लें, लेकिन मेरे लिए तो गॉडलाइक दिल में रहेगी, दिल से गॉडलाइक। और अब अगली टीम है स्ट्रॉ हैट्स।
स्ट्रॉ हैट्स को डायमंड पे रख सकते हैं, मारते तो अच्छा मारते हैं लोग।
इनका बंदा वेडिंग पे कैंप करके बैठा था भाई, इनको प्लेटिनम पे रखो।
फाल्कन्स को कहाँ रखा जाए, चारों खिलाड़ियों से पूछूंगा मैं।
ग्रैंड मास्टर से ऊपर अगर होती तो अगर रख देते इसको तो।
चैंपियंस पे रख दो, चैंपियंस पे कुछ एक बनाओ उस पर।
हाँ एक चैंपियन का बना दो।
बिगेट्रॉन बाय वाइटैलिटी, इन्हें कहाँ रखा जाए?
ग्रैंड मास्टर पे रख दो।
ये भी भाई है भाई, चैंपियंस के भाई है, रख दो ग्रैंड मास्टर।
iQOO टोटल गेमिंग कहाँ रखना चाहेंगे?
ग्रैंड मास्टर यार वो
ग्रैंड मास्टर पे ही रख दो।
और अब टीम हिंद हमारे तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग के चैंपियन
है, और इंडियन सर्वर में तो इनका कंपटीशन कोई दिख नहीं रहा है।
ग्रैंड मास्टर डालो इनको, क्योंकि अभी स्क्रिम्स भी चल रही थी जो बाहर की, उसमें भी काफी अच्छा खेल रहे थे।
फ्री फायर मैक्स एशिया इन्विटेशनल 2026 समर्स में आप सभी का स्वागत है। नया सीजन आ चुका है और नई कहानियां तैयार है और हम लेकर के आए हैं बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल का एक नया एपिसोड। पिछले सीजन हमने देखा FFMAI के अंदर काफी कमाल का प्ले नजर आया इंडियन टीम्स का, एग्रेशन से लेकर के कमाल का डिसिप्लिन और साथ में जीत की वो कमाल की भूख। पर इस सीजन की शुरुआत करने के लिए, इस एपिसोड की शुरुआत करने के लिए और इन सभी बातों को और गहराई से डिस्कस करने के लिए मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं मेरे को-होस्ट रॉकी। रॉकी, कैसे हैं आप?
I'm doing great, smart, eligible bachelor as always, और काफी एक्साइटेड हूँ क्योंकि इस बार इस फ्री फायर मैक्स एशिया इन्विटेशनल के समर एडिशन में कहीं ना कहीं जो ये नई टीमें तड़का डालने के लिए आ रही हैं, इसको देखने के लिए मैं बहुत इच्छुक हूँ कि किस तरीके से ये आती हैं। और पिछली बार तो लगभग ऐसा लगा कि जीत भारतीय टीमों के हाथ में ही है, बट अगेन वहाँ पे साउथ ईस्ट एशियन टीमें जीत कर गई है। इस बार तो और खूंखार टीमें आ रही हैं। जानना चाहूंगा कि हमारे साथी खिलाड़ी जो जुड़ेंगे हमारे साथ, उनकी प्रतिक्रिया क्या रहने वाली है।
बिल्कुल, चलिए ज्यादा ना समय लगाते हुए हमारे आज के वेटरन्स को बुला लेते हैं। हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं ऑटोबॉट्स, प्रोडिजी एंड साथ में जुड़ने वाले हैं टीम हिंद साहिल। वेलकम टू द शो गाइस, हाउ आर यू? फर्स्ट साहिल, आप कैसे हैं?
मैं बढ़िया, आप लोग बताओ कैसे हो?
हम भी बढ़िया हैं। एंड प्रोडिजी, ये पूछूंगा आपसे कैसे हैं पर सबसे पहले ये बताइए, नाम क्या क्या राज है? कभी आप वेनम बन जाते हैं, कभी आप प्रोडिजी बन जाते हैं, फिर वेनम बन जाते हैं, फिर प्रोडिजी बन जाते हैं। नाम क्या क्या सिलसिला है ये?
परफॉर्मेंस सोचता हूँ प्रोडिजी नाम से अच्छा खेलूंगा, वेनम नाम से चैंपियनशिप छूट गई, क्या तो प्रोडिजी नाम से वापस चैंपियनशिप आ जाए, वापस मतलब iQOO जैसे।
ये तो एक कुछ मांझरा है। वैसे नाम में क्या रखा है, काम देखिए, काम काफी खतरनाक करा था पिछली बार ऑटोबॉट्स ने। पिछले सीजन बहुत ही कमाल का प्ले नजर आया, जैसे कि आपने बात करी रॉकी की, बहुत ही ज्यादा इंप्रेस किया हमें इंडियन टीम्स ने। इस बार हम और भी ज्यादा उम्मीद करते हैं और फैंस पहले से ज्यादा तैयार है इनके लिए।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए फैंस में काफी जोशो खरोश भरा हुआ है क्योंकि जिस हिसाब से हमने कुछ कमाल के क्लचेस भी देखे थे। मुझे याद है FFMIC रेडिंग डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस टीम हिंद एंड शोटो का वो क्लच अभी भी याद करता हूं तो रोंगटे खड़े हो जाते हैं। एक पल को ऐसा लगा कि खेल खत्म है, मलेशिया की टीम एक्सपांड जीत जाएगी, लेकिन उसके बाद शोटो आते हैं और पूरी टीम एक ही बार में छिन्न भिन्न करके चले जाते हैं। जो उनको एक टाइटल दिया था फैंस ने, दानव, उसको बिल्कुल जस्टिस किया और अंग्रेजी में अनुवाद करो तो मॉन्स्टर, और बिल्कुल परफॉर्मेंस भी बिल्कुल वैसा ही मॉन्स्टरस दिखाया था उन्होंने। कुडोस,
बहुत ही कमाल का प्ले था। पर पिछली बार हमें याद है साहिल कि एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम में फंसी थी यहाँ पे टीम ऑटोबॉट्स। शुरुआत करी इन्होंने नो बूया नो प्रॉब्लम से। जब चैंपियन रश का डे आया, जब ग्रैंड फाइनल का डे आया, तो नो बूया बिग प्रॉब्लम बन गई। 3 गेम इन्होंने खेले जिसमें इन्होंने 80 पॉइंट्स एक्वायर कर लिए और उसके बाद बूया से कन्वर्ट नहीं हुए। क्या लगता है ये जो प्ले स्टाइल है, इसके ऊपर कोई आपकी प्रतिक्रिया? क्योंकि आपने भी बहुत डिटेल में देखा था कि क्या क्या चीजें हुई थी, कैसे कैसे हुई थी, तो उसके ऊपर कुछ आपकी राय?
मेरे को ऐसा लगता है क्योंकि देखो मोस्टली टीम में जो भी मतलब स्टार्टिंग के 3, 4 या 5 गेम में जो 80 पॉइंट जो सबसे पहले कर लेती है ना टीम, तो फिर सबसे ज्यादा प्रेशर होता है। वो टीम थोड़ा कैजुअल आराम से खेलती है कि फाइट ना ले, बच के खेले, होल्ड करने लग जाती है। मोस्टली वो जोन प्रेफर करती है ना कि फाइट लेने से। और जितनी भी टीम है, लाइक जैसे ऑटोबॉट्स ने करा 80 पॉइंट सबसे पहले, और 11 टीम है, अब उनके माइंड में क्या है, उनको सिर्फ फाइट लेनी है, जल्दी से जल्दी 80 पॉइंट करने हैं। और ऑटोबॉट्स सोच के चल रही है कि अरे चलो हम होल्ड करते, तो बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर आ जाता है, तो इसी वजह से टीम्स थोड़ा चोक कर देती है।
होल्ड। वैसे मैं प्रोडिजी आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि पिछली बार 80 अंक 3 गेमों के अंदर, इट वाज अ स्पीड रन। फॉर अदर्स आई थिंक सो इट वाज अ स्पीड रन कि आप सबसे पहले दौड़कर 80 पॉइंट टच करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो। 3 गेम के अंदर एक नया वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड आपने क्रिएट करा। देन उसके बाद क्या हो गया था टीम के अंदर? क्या हो गया प्ले स्टाइल को लेकर? उस रिदम को क्या हो गया कि बूया से कन्वर्ट नहीं हुए?
बूया तरह, हाँ, 80 पॉइंट होने के बाद हम लोग चैंपियनशिप के मतलब उधर देख रहे थे, मतलब प्रेशर आया था बहुत, तो हम लोग जोन टू जोन जा रहे थे। किस्मत भी हमारे साथ नहीं थी, 2 साइड से थर्ड पार्टी होता है, कभी चोक हो जाता लास्ट जोन में आके, तो ये प्रेशर में खेल रहे थे हम लोग, तो बुया कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पाए।
वेल, कमिंग बैक टू द सेकंड क्वेश्चन, मैं दोनों से ही पूछना चाहूंगा, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम साहिल देन प्रोडिजी, कि जो चैंपियंस बने थे पिछले FFMAI में, दे वर यूनाइटेड हॉरिस,
कंसिस्टेंसी उनकी ताकत रही थी। एक पल को ऐसा लगा कि काफी पीछे है, ऑटोबॉट्स ने पूरा का पूरा मेला लूट लिया है, 3 गेम में 80 पॉइंट जोड़ दिए, लेकिन देवा यूनाइटेड होरस पहले धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़े, फिर उसके बाद एक मैच में उन्होंने चैंपियन एक्टिवेट किया, और उसके बाद के ही मैच में जैसे ही मौका मिला, एक चांस मिला, आपने पूरी कोशिश की थी आपकी टीम ने साहिल, शोटो के उस कमाल के क्लच ने वहां पे एक्सपांड को जीतने से रोक दिया, लेकिन उसके बाद देवा यूनाइटेड होरस ने मौका नहीं गवाया। तो आपको लगता है चैंपियन रश फॉर्मेट में एट दी एंड कंसिस्टेंसी भी काफी मायने रखती है, जैसा देवा यूनाइटेड होरस ने दिखाया?
हाँ बिल्कुल, देखो उन्होंने लीग स्टेज से बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करा था देवा ने, वो लीग में भी परफॉर्म करते जा रहे हैं, वो बूया कन्वर्ट कर रहे थे, जो हम मतलब अभी क्योंकि कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पा रही इंडियन टीम्स, क्योंकि हमारे लिए भी ये बाहर की टीमों के साथ नया ही फॉर्मेट है, हम इंडियन टीम्स साथ में खेलते हैं, बड़ा इजीली कर लेते हैं, बट देवा में वो टीम एक्सपीरियंस है, उनको पता है कैसे होल्ड करना है, उनको एक मौका मिला और उन्होंने बुया कन्वर्ट कर दिया और वो चैंपियन बन गए इजीली।
ये तो बिल्कुल सही बोला है कि मतलब अगर हम देखें अल्टीमेटली कंसिस्टेंट थे, एंड वो शुरुआत से कंसिस्टेंट थे, इवन दो गेम फिर भी फेवर बनी जा रहे थे, वो लगातार जो उनका गोल था स्लो एंड स्टडी, उसके साथ प्रोग्रेस ली। सबसे लेट मैं कहूं तो सबसे लेट यहाँ पर उन्होंने चैंपियनशिप एक्टिवेट करा, देन उसका तुरंत बोया कन्वर्ट कर दिया। वो जो कन्वर्जन रेशियो वो बहुत ही ज्यादा सॉलिड था, विन रेशियो बहुत ही ज्यादा सॉलिड था, वो बहुत क्रूशियल विन रेशियो था। पर एक और चीज हुई है इस बार इस नए एडिशन में, चैंपियन रश के बार को और भी ज्यादा अपलिफ्ट करा है, उसके थ्रेशोल्ड को 80 से 90 कर दिया है। मुझे लगता है ये चीज काफी हद तक ऑटोबॉट्स को ध्यान में रखकर करा है कि ये तो 3 ही गेम में कर दे रहे हैं 80 पॉइंट, इंडियन टीम्स तो 3 गेम में कर दे रही है, थोड़ा सा 90 पॉइंट्स करा जाए। क्या लगता है इस बार साहिल, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कितना चैलेंजिंग रहेगा 90 पॉइंट्स का? 80 पॉइंट्स का बार ठीक था या फिर इसे और बढ़ाना चाहिए 90 से?
नहीं, मैं बढ़ू जब से हमने सुना था मतलब नया, क्योंकि जब 80 पॉइंट होता है टीम में, बस जो होल्ड करना होता है, गेम को थोड़ा धीरे चलाना होता है, वो नहीं चलता। टीम खेलती है, क्लैशेस होते हैं, थर्ड पार्टीज होती है, वो बड़ा इजीली टीमें 70-80 पॉइंट बहुत इजी कर लेती है, बट 90 अब हो गया है तो थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, गेम 5, 6, 7 गेम तक जाएगा टूर्नामेंट में। बहुत बार तो ऐसा होता है कि लाइक 4th, 5th गेम में टीम 80 कर रही है और बुया मार के टूर्नामेंट ही खत्म कर दे रही है। तो अब 92 है तो हम बड़े खुश थे कि अच्छा है, कुछ चेंज हुआ है टीमों में, और ज्यादा कंपटीशन होगा, धीरे नहीं होंगे जल्दी से 80 पॉइंट, तो मजा आने वाला है। आपकी बात
टीम्स की बात करी है यहाँ पे और इन्होंने, तो एक प्रश्न मेरे मन में आ रहा है, पूछना चाहूंगा विद योर परमिशन। इंटरनेशनल टीमें, 4 बड़ी टीमें मैदान में उतर रही हैं, BTR बाय वाइटैलिटी, फैल्कन्स, ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल, और उसके अलावा RRQ काजू। तो स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम फैल्कन्स, मैं पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे प्रोडिजी कि देखिए फॉर्मर EWC चैंपियंस हैं, भारत में उनका रिकॉर्ड काफी जबरदस्त, और अभी भी अगर मुझे याद आ रहा है, और जो लीग स्टेज का रिकॉर्ड है मैक्सिमम पॉइंट्स का 2 दिन के भी,
फ्री फायर मैक्स एशिया इन्विटेशनल 2026 समर्स में आप सभी का स्वागत है। नया सीजन आ चुका है और नई कहानियां तैयार है और हम लेकर के आए हैं बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल का एक नया एपिसोड। पिछले सीजन हमने देखा FFMAI के अंदर काफी कमाल का प्ले नजर आया इंडियन टीम्स का, एग्रेशन से लेकर के कमाल का डिसिप्लिन और साथ में जीत की वो कमाल की भूख। पर इस सीजन की शुरुआत करने के लिए, इस एपिसोड की शुरुआत करने के लिए और इन सभी बातों को और गहराई से डिस्कस करने के लिए मेरे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं मेरे को होस्ट रॉकी। रॉकी, कैसे हैं आप?
आई एम डूइंग ग्रेट, स्मार्ट एलिजिबल बैचलर एज ऑलवेज, और काफी एक्साइटेड हूँ क्योंकि इस बार इस फ्री फायर मैक्स एशिया इन्विटेशनल के समर एडिशन में कहीं ना कहीं जो ये नई टीमें तड़का डालने के लिए आ रही हैं, इसको देखने के लिए मैं बहुत इच्छुक हूँ कि किस तरीके से ये आती हैं। और पिछली बार तो लगभग ऐसा लगा कि जीत भारतीय टीमों के हाथ में ही है, बट अगेन वहाँ पे साउथ ईस्ट एशियन टीमें जीत कर गई है। इस बार तो और खूंखार टीमें आ रही हैं। जानना चाहूंगा कि हमारे साथी खिलाड़ी जो जुड़ेंगे हमारे साथ, उनकी प्रतिक्रिया क्या रहने वाली है।
बिल्कुल, चलिए ज्यादा ना समय लगाते हुए हमारे आज के वेटरन्स को बुला लेते हैं। हमारे साथ जुड़ने वाले हैं ऑटोबॉट्स, प्रोडिजी एंड साथ में जुड़ने वाले हैं टीम हिंद साहिल। वेलकम टू द शो गाइस, हाउ आर यू? फर्स्ट साहिल, आप कैसे हैं?
मैं बढ़िया, आप लोग बताओ कैसे हो?
हम भी बढ़िया हैं। एंड प्रोडिजी, ये पूछूंगा आपसे कैसे हैं पर सबसे पहले ये बताइए, नाम क्या क्या राज है? कभी आप वेनम बन जाते हैं, कभी आप प्रोडिजी बन जाते हैं, फिर वेनम बन जाते हैं, फिर प्रोडिजी बन जाते हैं। नाम क्या क्या सिलसिला है ये?
परफॉर्मेंस सोचता हूँ प्रोडिजी नाम से अच्छा खेलूंगा, वेनम नाम से चैंपियनशिप छूट गई, क्या तब प्रोडिजी नाम से वापस चैंपियनशिप आ जाए, वापस मतलब iQOO जैसे।
ये तो कुछ मांझरा है। वैसे नाम में क्या रखा है, काम देखिए, काम काफी खतरनाक करा था पिछली बार ऑटोबॉट्स ने। पिछले सीजन बहुत ही कमाल का प्ले नजर आया, जैसे कि आपने बात करी रॉकी की, बहुत ही ज्यादा इंप्रेस किया हमें इंडियन टीम्स ने। इस बार हम और भी ज्यादा उम्मीद करते हैं और फैंस पहले से ज्यादा तैयार है इनके लिए।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए फैंस में काफी जोशो खरोश भरा हुआ है क्योंकि जिस हिसाब से हमने कुछ कमाल के क्लचेस भी देखे थे, मुझे याद है FFMIC रेडिंग डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस टीम हिंद एंड शोटो का वो क्लच अभी भी याद करता हूं तो रोंगटे खड़े हो जाते हैं। एक पल को ऐसा लगा कि खेल खत्म है, मलेशिया की टीम एक्सपांड जीत जाएगी, लेकिन उसके बाद शोटो आते हैं और पूरी टीम एक ही बार में छिन्न भिन्न करके चले जाते हैं। जो उनको एक टाइटल दिया था फैंस ने, दानव, उसको बिल्कुल जस्टिस किया और अंग्रेजी में अनुवाद करो तो मॉन्स्टर, और बिल्कुल परफॉर्मेंस भी बिल्कुल वैसा ही मॉन्स्टरस दिखाया था उन्होंने। कुडोस,
बहुत ही कमाल का प्ले था। पर पिछली बार हमें याद है साहिल कि एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम में फंसी थी यहाँ पे टीम ऑटोबॉट्स। शुरुआत करी इन्होंने नो बूया नो प्रॉब्लम से। जब चैंपियन रश का डे आया, जब ग्रैंड फाइनल का डे आया, तो नो बूया बिग प्रॉब्लम बन गई। 3 गेम इन्होंने खेले जिसमें इन्होंने 80 पॉइंट्स एक्वायर कर लिए और उसके बाद बूया से कन्वर्ट नहीं हुए। क्या लगता है ये जो प्ले स्टाइल है, इसके ऊपर कोई आपकी प्रतिक्रिया? क्योंकि आपने भी बहुत डिटेल में देखा था कि क्या क्या चीजें हुई थी, कैसे कैसे हुई थी, तो उसके ऊपर कुछ आपकी राय?
मेरे को ऐसा लगता है क्योंकि देखो मोस्टली टीम में जो भी मतलब स्टार्टिंग के 3, 4 या 5 गेम में जो 80 पॉइंट जो सबसे पहले कर लेती है ना टीम, तो फिर सबसे ज्यादा प्रेशर होता है। वो टीम थोड़ा कैजुअल आराम से खेलती है कि फाइट ना ले, बच के खेल ले, होल्ड करने लग जाती है। मोस्टली वो जोन प्रेफर करती है ना कि फाइट लेने से। और जितनी भी टीम है, लाइक जैसे ऑटोबॉट्स ने करा 80 पॉइंट सबसे पहले, और 11 टीम है, अब उनके माइंड में क्या है, उनको सिर्फ फाइट लेनी है, जल्दी से जल्दी 80 पॉइंट करने हैं। और ऑटोबॉट्स सोच के चल रही है कि अरे चलो हम होल्ड करते, तो बहुत ज्यादा प्रेशर आ जाता है। तो इसी वजह से टीम थोड़ा चोक कर देती है।
होल्ड। वैसे मैं प्रोडिजी आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि पिछली बार 80 अंक 3 गेमों के अंदर, इट वाज अ स्पीड रन। फॉर अदर्स आई थिंक सो इट वाज अ स्पीड रन कि आप सबसे पहले दौड़कर 80 पॉइंट टच करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो। 3 गेम के अंदर एक नया वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड आपने क्रिएट करा। देन उसके बाद क्या हो गया था टीम के अंदर? क्या हो गया प्ले स्टाइल को लेकर? उस रिदम को क्या हो गया कि बूया से कन्वर्ट नहीं हुए?
बूया तरह 80 पॉइंट होने के बाद हम लोग चैंपियनशिप के मतलब उधर देख रहे थे, मतलब प्रेशर आया था बहुत, तो हम लोग जोन टू जोन जा रहे थे। किस्मत भी हमारे साथ नहीं थी, 2 साइड से थर्ड पार्टी होता है, कभी कभी चोक हो जाता है लास्ट जोन में आके, तो ये प्रेशर में ही खेल रहे थे हम लोग, तो भैया कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पाए।
वेल कमिंग बैक टू द सेकंड क्वेश्चन, मैं दोनों से ही पूछना चाहूंगा, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम साहिल देन प्रोडिजी, कि जो चैंपियंस बने थे पिछले FFMAI में देवा यूनाइटेड हॉरिस, कंसिस्टेंसी उनकी ताकत रही थी। एक पल को ऐसा लगा कि काफी पीछे है, ऑटोबॉट्स ने पूरा का पूरा मेला लूट लिया है, 3 गेम में 80 पॉइंट जोड़ दिए, लेकिन देवा यूनाइटेड हॉरिस पहले धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़े, फिर उसके बाद एक मैच में उन्होंने चैंपियन रश एक्टिवेट किया, और उसके बाद के ही मैच में जैसे ही मौका मिला, एक चांस मिला, आपने पूरी कोशिश की थी, आपकी टीम ने साहिल शोटो के उस कमाल के क्लच ने वहां पे एक्सपांड को जीतने से रोक दिया, लेकिन उसके बाद देवा यूनाइटेड हॉरिस ने मौका नहीं गवाया। तो आपको लगता है चैंपियन रश फॉर्मेट में एट दी एंड कंसिस्टेंसी भी काफी मायने रखती है, जैसा देवा यूनाइटेड हॉरिस ने दिखाया?
हाँ बिल्कुल, देखो उन्होंने लीग स्टेज से बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करा था देवा ने, वो लीग में भी परफॉर्म करते जा रहे हैं, वो बुया कन्वर्ट कर रहे थे, जो हम मतलब अभी क्योंकि कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पा रही इंडियन टीम्स, क्योंकि हमारे लिए भी ये बाहर की टीमों के साथ नया ही फॉर्मेट है, हम इंडियन टीम्स साथ में खेलते हैं, बड़ा इजीली कर लेते हैं, बट देवा वो टीम एक्सपीरियंस है, उनको पता है कैसे होल्ड करना है, उनको एक मौका मिला और उन्होंने बुया कन्वर्ट कर दिया और वो चैंपियन बन गए इजीली।
ये तो बिल्कुल सही बोला है कि मतलब अगर हम देखें अल्टीमेटली कंसिस्टेंट थे, एंड वो शुरुआत से कंसिस्टेंट थे, इवन दो गेम फिर भी फेवर बनी जा रहे थे, वो लगातार जो उनका गोल था स्लो एंड स्टडी, उसके साथ प्रोग्रेस ली। सबसे लेट मैं कहूं तो सबसे लेट यहाँ पर उन्होंने चैंपियन रश एक्टिवेट करा, देन उसको तुरंत बोया कन्वर्ट कर दिया। वो जो कन्वर्जन रेशियो वो बहुत ही ज्यादा सॉलिड था, विन रेशियो बहुत ही ज्यादा सॉलिड था, वो बहुत क्रूशियल विन रेशियो था। पर एक और चीज हुई है इस बार इस नए एडिशन में, चैंपियन रश के बार को और भी ज्यादा अपलिफ्ट करा है, उसके थ्रेशोल्ड को 80 से 90 कर दिया है। मुझे लगता है ये चीज काफी हद तक ऑटोबॉट्स को ध्यान में रखकर करा है कि ये तो 3 ही गेम में कर दे रहे हैं 80 पॉइंट, इंडियन टीम्स तो 3 गेम में कर दे रही है, थोड़ा सा 90 पॉइंट्स करा जाए। क्या लगता है इस बार साहिल, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कितना चैलेंजिंग रहेगा 90 पॉइंट्स का? 80 पॉइंट्स का बार ठीक था या फिर इसे और बढ़ाना चाहिए 90 से?
नहीं, मैं बढ़ू जब से हमने सुना था मतलब नया, क्योंकि जब 80 पॉइंट होता है टीम में, बस जो होल्ड करना होता है, गेम को थोड़ा धीरे चलाना होता है, वो नहीं चलता। टीम खेलती है, क्लैशेस होते हैं, थर्ड पार्टीज होती है, वो बड़ा इजीली टीमें 70-80 पॉइंट बहुत इजी कर लेती है, बट 90 अब हो गया है तो थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, गेम 5, 6, 7 गेम तक जाएगा टूर्नामेंट में। बहुत बार तो ऐसा होता है कि लाइक 4th-5th गेम में टीम 80 कर रही है और बुया मार के टूर्नामेंट ही खत्म कर दे रही है। तो अब 92 है तो हम बड़े खुश थे कि अच्छा है, कुछ चेंज हुआ है, टीमों में और ज्यादा कंपटीशन होगा, धीरे नहीं होंगे जल्दी से 80 पॉइंट, तो मजा आने वाला है। आपकी बात
टीम्स की बात करी है यहाँ पे और इन्होंने, तो एक प्रश्न मेरे मन में आ रहा है, पूछना चाहूंगा विद योर परमिशन। इंटरनेशनल टीमें, 4 बड़ी टीमें मैदान में उतर रही हैं, BTR by Vitality, फैल्कन्स, ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल और उसके अलावा RRQ काजू। तो स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम फैल्कन्स, मैं पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे प्रोडिजी कि देखिए फॉर्मर EWC चैंपियंस हैं, भारत में उनका रिकॉर्ड काफी जबरदस्त, और अभी भी अगर मुझे याद आ रहा है, और जो लीग स्टेज का रिकॉर्ड है मैक्सिमम पॉइंट्स का 2 दिन के भीतर, देवा यूनाइटेड हॉरिस शायद तोड़ नहीं पाए थे, तो फैल्कन्स का रिकॉर्ड अभी भी बरकरार है। तो इस किस्म के ऐतिहासिक टीम को रोक पाएंगे? क्योंकि हम 80 से 90 पॉइंट चैंपियन रश की चर्चा तो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो खतरा आ रहा है उसके बारे में आपकी क्या प्लानिंग है प्रोडिजी? व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स एंड योर टीम थॉट्स रिगार्डिंग फैल्कन्स?
फैल्कन्स काफी अच्छी टीम है, उनका टीम गेम भी अच्छा है, फायर पावर भी अच्छा है उनका, मतलब हम लोग ट्राई करेंगे उनको रोक सके। बाकी कॉन्फिडेंस तो ऊपर ही है, बाकी वो लोग काफी डिसिप्लिन है जो इंडियन टीम्स में है नहीं।
सेम सवाल मेरा साहिल के लिए रहेगा। पिछली बार जो हमारा इससे पिछला सीजन हुआ था फैल्कन्स जिसमें आई थी, साहिल आपकी टीम ने भी खेला था वो सीजन, फैल्कन्स का प्ले स्टाइल आपको क्या लगा? मतलब क्या ऐसी चीज लगी जो उनका प्ले स्टाइल बहुत स्पेशल बनाती है हमारे प्ले स्टाइल से, या फिर कौन सी ऐसी गलती आप नोटिस करते हैं जो वो और भी ज्यादा बेटर कर सकते हैं, या फिर कुछ तो आपने अलग नोटिस करा होगा उनके प्ले स्टाइल में हमसे?
एक लाइक हमने पिछले से पिछला फैल्कन्स आई थी तब हम लीग स्टेज से पहले ही बाहर हो गए थे, क्योंकि हम फुल मैप में तो उनसे कम्पीट नहीं कर पाए थे, बट हमने CS में पहला मैच हमारा फैल्कन के साथ ही था, तो उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन इतना अच्छा है ना, हम इंडियन टीम से बहुत ज्यादा आ गया अभी के टाइम पे। क्योंकि वो इंटरनेशनल टीमों के साथ खेलते हैं, सी खेलते हैं वो लोग साथ में। तो मेरे को बट एक और चीज लगती है, फैल्कन अब FFMAI ये होगा उसमें इतना कंपटीशन नहीं दे पाएगी एज कम्पेयर टू अदर 3 टीम्स, क्योंकि जो लास्ट टूर्नामेंट में भी फैल्कन्स आई थी उसमें इंडियन टीम्स उनको 4v4 इजिली मार दे रही थी। हम नहीं थे क्वालिफाई बट फिर भी अदर इंडियन टीम्स उनको इजिली वाइप आउट कर दे रही थी। तो मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि फैल्कन उतना कंपटीशन नहीं दे पाएगी अब की बार।
सॉलिड स्टेटमेंट यार, सॉलिड स्टेटमेंट। ओके भाई,
बिल्कुल। और कंपटीशन की बात की है, क्लैश स्क्वाड की बात की है, तो कंपटीशन में इस बार वर्ल्ड क्लैश स्क्वाड चैंपियंस ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल आ रहे हैं। इस बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप जाडी जी? क्या लगता है ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल, एजी ग्लोबल, क्या तैयारी रहेगी? दैट मेस्मराइजिंग स्नाइपिंग ऑफ ड्यू और जिस हिसाब से साइफा इंपैक्ट डाल रहे हैं एक के बाद एक टूर्नामेंट्स में, क्या लगता है जाडी जी, क्या तैयारी है आपकी?
तैयारी हमारी भी है और मतलब मोस्ट सारी इंडियन टीम्स की है कि अब की बार कंपटीशन देंगे अच्छा। लास्ट टाइम जैसा नहीं होगा कि जैसे कि 2 टीम आई वो मतलब देवा आके चैंपियन बन गई, पूरा कंपटीशन भी देंगे। बट अब की बार थोड़ा और ज्यादा अच्छी टीम्स आ रही है तो कंपटीशन वैसे ही हाई रहेगा, तो मजा आने वाला है। और एजी, RRQ एंड BTR और फैल्कन चारों टीमें बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी एक्सपीरियंस टीम है, चैंपियन टीम है, तो देखते हैं, मजा आने वाला है। वो क्या करेंगे गेम में पता चलेगा वो तो।
वैसे मैं एक चीज पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे, मतलब पिछली बार आप मेन इवेंट के अंदर डायरेक्टली इनवाइटेड थे एंड इस बार टीम ऑटोबॉट्स डायरेक्ट इनवाइटेड होने वाली है मेन इवेंट के अंदर। तो आपने क्या चीज ऐसी नोटिस करी साहिल कि जो जैसे मतलब आपने प्लेन्स नहीं खेला है, प्लेन्स का कंपटीशन खेल करके ऑटोबॉट्स को बहुत ज्यादा हेल्प हुई होगी, आपने कहीं ना कहीं मेन इवेंट में डायरेक्टली एंट्री करी, तो क्या लगता है कि कोई टिप जो आप ऑटोबॉट्स को देना चाहें या फिर वैनम या फिर प्रोडिजी को देना चाहें कि आप ये चीज कीजिए मेन इवेंट के अंदर, शायद आपके लिए बहुत ज्यादा यूजफुल हो?
मैं प्रोडिजी को बस यही बोलूंगा, थोड़ा टीमों का गेम स्टाइल देखना, कौन कैसा खेल रहा है, थोड़ा एग्रेसिव है या मतलब जोन होल, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम हम मेन इवेंट में स्लोर था तो हम इजीली लेके चल रहे थे, चलो चलो चलो, बट वो ऐसा नहीं होता। जो टीम खेल के आ रही होती है वो देखती है कि टीम कैसा परफॉर्म कर रही है, उनको गिराता है टीमों का। तो बस थोड़ा देखना, सारी टीमों को ऑब्जर्व करना और उस हिसाब से खेलना, तैयारी करके आना।
एक और टीम के बारे में चर्चा काफी है और विद योर परमिशन मैं ये प्रश्न इस बार प्रोडिजी से पूछना चाहूंगा। वन ऑफ द मोस्ट फेमस टीम्स फ्रॉम इंडिया, iQOO टोटल गेमिंग, भारी भरकम बदलाव के साथ इस वक्त मैदान में उतर रही है, जहां पे इस बार इस टूर्नामेंट के लिहाज से डिलीट को विश्राम दिया गया। वोटा जो है हुए हैं टीम में एज अ सेकेंडरी रशर, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। क्या कहना चाहेंगे प्रोडिजी, क्या लगता है iQOO टोटल गेमिंग के लिए कहीं ना कहीं ये जो कदम है ये फायदेमंद साबित होगा, या आपको लग रहा है कि इतने बड़े स्केल में ये जो इस किस्म से प्लेयर रिप्लेस हुआ ये इनके लिए नुकसानदायी भी हो सकता है? व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स अबाउट iQOO टोटल गेमिंग्स न्यू रोस्टर?
डिलीट काफी एक्सपीरियंस था, अभी ओटा नया एडिशन है, तो ओटा तो पहले हैशटैग का दोस्त था, तो शायद इसलिए हैशटैग ने ओटा को बोला होगा, पहले सुहन से पहले ही बोला होगा मेरे को तो लगता है। और ओटा और हैशटैग का कोऑर्डिनेशन काफी अच्छा है, उनके लिए काफी फायदेमंद ही होगा। मतलब डिलीट पहले था, हाँ वो भी मतलब अच्छा ही था, अभी तो पहले लगता है मतलब थोड़ा वीक होगा iQOO टोटल गेमिंग के लिए, लेकिन ठीक है, अभी भी वो लोग अच्छा खेल सकते काफी।
देखिए, ये आपने काफी इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल पूछा है। वैसे रोस्टर चेंजेस काफी सारे हुए हैं इस बार FFMAI से पहले एंड मल्टीपल टीम्स के अंदर हुए हैं, और उनमें से एक टीम के प्लेयर हमारे साथ भी होने वाले हैं, टीम ऑटोबॉट्स। मैं वैनम की तरफ, प्रोडिजी की तरफ वापस आना चाहूंगा। प्रोडिजी, मैं ये सवाल आपसे पूछूंगा, कुणाल आपकी टीम में वन ऑफ द मोस्ट एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर थे, आई थिंक सो आपकी टीम के अंदर काफी ज्यादा इंपैक्ट भी डाला उन्होंने, पर रिसेंटली लाइनअप के अंदर चेंजेस हुए हैं, आईजीलिंग में भी ऑफकोर्स चेंजेस होंगे। न्यू आईजीएल कौन है टीम के, एंड कुणाल का जाना टीम को किस तरीके से इफेक्ट करेगा? कुछ चीजें जो आप डिस्कस करना चाहें हमारे साथ।
ये क्वेश्चन
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 summer. My name is Scribs and I'm joined with Lucifer over here to be your casters for the day, and it's going to be an amazing day of some Fire Max action. Amazing for us as viewers, but very stressful for the teams playing over here because only 8 spots at the South Asia Plains are available for grabs.
It's going to be very tough today. It is going to be a heated up battle right from game number 1 because 12 teams and all of them are eyeing for qualification. None of them are now left behind because yesterday's run coming in from Group B, they pushed everybody out from the top. And the others who are already looking good like Extreme X and Team Hind, they're inside the bracket of the top 8. So for them, qualifying is not going to be a problem. But the rest, the entire lot of the other 10 teams that are going to be playing today, what do they do? How much points do they need? And where is the cutoff going to end? All Crips under huge doubts.
Exactly. There's a lot of questions that are yet to be answered. Have the teams from the Group B done enough because they can't be playing today? Have they built up enough of a buffer between themselves and the rest of the contenders from Groups A and C? And even from Groups A and C, some of the performances have been very shaky. So will they be able to make it count? It all comes down to today. Since the last 2 days, we have been witnessing the South Asia play-ins and it's been a phenomenal battle so far. But today, on 14 June, we conclude the South Asia play-ins. After this, we will be heading to the main event. Only 8 teams out of the 18 in South Asia play-ins will move on to the main event. And then again, we will have a massive brawl because the main event brings forth some really big, monstrous names from the rest of Southeast Asia. And then those teams will compete lock-ons against each other, and only 12 of them will proceed to the grand finals that's happening on the 21st of this month.
So the next weekend that you're going to see is completely action-packed. Plus on top of it, it's going to be crowned by Fire itself. That is the 25th of June, the Sunday. But this Sunday is no short of a run towards that grand finals, because if you're able to put a steady foot up today and from the bottom rise up the ranks, get towards the top 8, which is tough, but we ended up seeing what Straw Hats did. That's what I kind of comprehend today. When we did see 112 points being gained by Flame Esports, but still they are dicey in terms of their qualification, sitting at around 170. But on the other end, Straw Hats, they just upped their performance to 120 plus points yesterday. So it could change back today for Group C and A, playing our last round of round robin of the 3 days that we had for the South Asia plains. And from here, the top 8, as you mentioned, they make their way towards the main event. Same strategy, same play, same round robin for the 3 days is what we are going to witness. And that is where you mentioned the big powerhouses of the Southeast Asian teams, total 10 coming through. Yes, the invited ones from the South Asia also join this lot of 10, making it a total of 18 to fight for the main event. And from here on, after the 3 days of action, only 12 teams make it to the grand finals, and that's also on one given day. That is the Championship Sunday with the Champion Rush condition.
Yeah, and the Champion Rush condition is going to test every single one of these teams, not only their consistency but also their ability to adapt. It's going to be a very massively steep upward climb for all the teams in the South Asia play-ins over here, because out of these 18 teams, only 8 will proceed to the main event. And out of the 8 that make it to the main event, they will be competing against the top 10 from the massively talented SEA region, and a few SA teams invited as well. Of course, all the teams from the top 4 SA countries, the top 4 teams have been invited over there directly, and only 12 of them will qualify. And it's going to be a very difficult journey. If you think this day was stressful enough, if you think watching this version of Free Fire Max is stressful, then my God, you're going to have your nails chewed out the next Sunday.
Yeah.
And next Sunday, we have the Championship Sunday, as you rightfully mentioned. We will be following the Champion Rush format. There's been a tiny change in this format, however. Most of you are used to seeing the Champion Rush activate at 80 points. Now, the Champion Rush will be activated at 90 points. We've increased the difficulty just a little bit. And once the team activates a Champion Rush condition by scoring 90 points, they need to win a Booyah if they want to win the tournament.
Now, if you kind of go back to day 1 where multiple teams were getting 30 points after every game ended with the Booyah, if that happens during a Champion Rush condition in the grand finals with 3 games, we can still see the Champion Rush being activated. And I'm pretty sure the Indian fans for Autobots will be looking forward to that happening once again. And on top of it, this time them hopefully closing with a Booyah. Last time in spring, they were the quickest, the fastest who got towards that Champion Rush to be active. And from now, they will hope forward to them being seen in that direction, because Autobots right now stay at that invited South Asian slot in the main event. We'll see if that's going to be happening, but yet before this championship, it is the main event they have to be worried about. One thing as an added on advantage for every team that makes to the main event is they become a part of this massive prize pool of $50,000.
Yeah, and out of the $50,000, the biggest chunk of the pie, $15,000 will be given to the winner. The team that comes in second will receive literally half of that, 7,500, and then the quantity keeps on reducing as you drop down in placement. The amount of money you get will reduce. Of course, if you just make it to the main event, just by virtue of getting into the top 18, you will secure a minimum payout of $500, but that's not nearly enough. Not when there's 15,000 up for grabs.
And I'm pretty sure one thing for now, at least, that teams will be eyeing on is just make it to the top 18. We'll figure out where we'll position ourselves in terms of whether it's going to be the top 12, making it to the grand finals, getting a better share of the prize pool, which is going to be the last at $1,400. Hopefully, they make their way in that direction. And the right way to do it, and the only way that guarantees success, is based on our point system. A lot of teams who have been lacking on just this point system based on their placements have to pick up today. Booyah gets you 12 points, nothing out of your blue that's just popped up on your screens, and from there on 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and 0 for the 11th and 12th. Everybody's used to it, but what that teams are not yet used to, it only activates or plays during your qualification criteria based on the overall standings, is the tiebreakers rule. Now tiebreakers, it stands at the first being if your number of booyahs are same, then we move to the total eliminations. If they are same, then the ranking in the final game, which cannot be same. Basis of that, maybe we end up seeing a top 8 today.
Yeah, and one more thing you need to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, is that each player in a team needs to use a different active skill. That means you cannot have more than one unique active skill in the game. You cannot have two players using the same ability. And because of that, we get to see a lot of creativity. So far, Oscar has been like the permanent pick of almost every single team. I haven't seen a lot of people use Tatsuya, not after the nerf, even though there used to be a time when people used to have both Oscar as well as Tatsuya. We still often see the Chrono, but we've started to see a lot more Morse. We've started to see a lot more variety in that entire lineup. So let's see what kind of abilities we get to see today. That being said though, only groups A and C will be playing. So these 12 teams have 6 games to make it into the top 8.
12 teams, the last set of groups that are going to be playing, and they will conclude their 12 games today. RNX, NXT, Hind, Bangla Unity, BB.S9X Esports, Rezurrection Esports, on the other end Raiders, iQOO Gaming, No Rules, Extreme X, Tonde, Nepal Esports, and Total Winner. One end of things, if you want to portray or point out, Group C played yesterday. Even Arka was mentioning, if there is an opportunity for a team to play back-to-back on given competition days, it's better to do that rather than take a break in between. So I hope Group A have not lost their flame while they move towards to last day of qualification.
Yep. Let's take a look at the players that we will be seeing today. Some of the players that have impressed me so far have been Killer FF from RNX Esports. He's been a decent addition so far, but we haven't really seen too much from him, even though he has a lot of promise, even though he has a lot of potential, hasn't really shown us his full power just yet. NXT Esports, there's not been much of a lineup change for them, so they're actually the only team which has a very stable lineup over here. Team Hind, some of you might have seen the announcement already. They're now called Apex Gaming. And for the sake of this tournament, they will be sticking to their old name. Bangla Unity has really impressed me quite a lot. And that being said, though, even the other Bangla team, Extreme X, has some really cool players. Like Flicker has already represented his country internationally on several occasions, and this time he leads from a place of experience.
With him, there's one more squad from that region that's going to be looking forward to maybe making the day better. Is going to be No Rules, but just like them, iQOO Gaming, a lot of hopes, new change, voter coming into play, but it seems like that puzzle piece is not yet fitted well for them. But the same also goes for the teams from Nepal. Not much that we have seen, and with that being said, let's take a look at who will make the cut. The predicted cutoff, and that is the reason when we were discussing yesterday, we thought it could be 140, 150, but looking at the performance yesterday, it's ramped up to around 169, and do think it will go there, because right as now Godlike are sitting at dead 169. And if you look at the first 3-4 teams, Extreme X, Team Hind, Bangla Unity, Raiders United, they are close to the lesser end of that 100 points. But you look at the bottom end of it, No Rules, BB.S9X, Rezurrection, Tonde Nepal Esports, NXT, RNX, all looking at the triple digit mark. And They are around 6 teams. So far, if you combine day 1, day 2 performance scripts, there's only been 4 teams in total who have managed to acquire 100 total points on a given day of performance. So today, concluding 6+ teams looking forward to getting 100, it is going to be very draining.
It's going to be very draining and very unlikely that we will even see them put off those 100 pointers. One of the teams that has consistently managed to put up 100 points in a single day has been Total Gaming. They are the heavyweights, one of the best teams coming in from India. And in the last 2026 spring tournament, we saw them get 1 booyah, 83 eliminations, which brings up their total points at 124. This time, in a single day, they've only managed to score 74 points. That is so much lower than their performance last time.
Yeah.
And this is the performance that we are measuring for them after they've played 6 games. Last time, they were much better off. This time, it looks very dicey.
But not at all looking dicey are for the ones who are already sitting in the top 8. It is these heavy hitters from our South Asia plains. Team Hind and Extreme X, both of them played 6 games, but on one end, Extreme X, and this is one of the reasons clear domination in the South Asia plains is the Bangladeshi teams. Already at 111 points, but not too far away is Team Hind with 96 points themselves at the #8. But look at the damage. Team Hind have it a tad bit higher, even in their average eliminations as well. Just by a 0.3 advantage, I feel like Team Hind are going to ramp themselves up today. However, Extreme X, there's nothing off short that you can take away. You can't tell that today is not going to be a great day because unlike Flame, Extreme X have always shown us every time, even in spring, that their capability is on high spectrum. But with that, it's time to figure out, will there be a lot more high-end games with eliminations? With starting off with Purgatory, Nextera, Solara, Bermuda is going to be our game number 4. But before we jump into any of them, it's time to look at the preferred drop spots. What?
No way. No way. This cannot be correct. You're telling me there's 7 teams going to Brasilia?
Yeah.
Nah. You're telling me Marble Works, Quarry, Golf Course, the entire western and the southern island is vacant? Nah. No. Sorry, this is a straight up misinformation.
We talk about targeting, right? This feels like the teams have decided to target us here on the desk. Like, you guys say whatever you guys want, and we'll see what you guys brew about this. This preferred drop spot, unlikely, highly, especially this is your qualification day. Nobody will try to do that. Maybe towards the last few games, but I don't think in the very beginning.
I used to pray for games like these. I used to pray for a game where 10 teams drop into a single spot and just duke it out. The game is over in 5 minutes. Like, by the time I've even warmed up my throat, the game is over. I used to dream about games like these. Am I still dreaming? Okay, I just pinched myself. I'm pretty sure I'm not dreaming.
I really like how you pinch yourself so that people can see you on camera rather than you're doing it on your arm.
Yeah, I was gonna do it on my arm, but like, you know, I need to prove it. So I just like,
but one thing our viewers can see is the caster prediction, looking at where we think that the teams will end up. I and you have gone in tandem for Extreme X being one synonymous name, along with iQOO Total Gaming. I've picked iQOO Total Gaming because, hey, if they start now, we know they're a momentum-heavy team. So this could be that first beginning game coming in from there. And on the other end, Extreme X, clearly a no-brainer. Teams from Bangladesh have been insane. And with that, I've picked Bangla Unity as well.
Yeah, so I also picked Total Gaming and Extreme X. I picked Total Gaming because if they perform now, then I probably will be picking up a lot more. But I picked up Extreme X because they're a very obvious choice. However, I have made one risky pick, and that's going to be NXT. Generally, this is supposed to be their best map. Let's see if it actually continues favoring them here as we start off with the first game of the final day of the South Asia play-ins. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for Purgatory.
And there already is a drop, and if Nebula was in the lobby, we would have seen them taking a dive at Mount Villa Golf Course, but it's going to be NXT. You mentioned this is their comfort position, this is their comfort map, but results not yet completely seen from there, and I hope it starts off with your risky prediction. But on the other hand, Marble Works also looks to be heated. The Brasilia or 6-7 teams compound fight doesn't seem to be a case, but iQOO Total Gaming as well as Rezurrection might be a battle, and iQOO Total Gaming, they need this battle to work out. They're the newer team, whereas Rezurrection, slowly, steadily, they're closing the gap of qualification for themselves as well.
Yeah, so Rezurrection are on their trajectory upwards. Meanwhile, Total Gaming haven't really performed well yesterday. Usually, you are used to seeing them get 90 to 100 points on a single day, but not today. And Mafia goes down first. Easy spray down comes through, but he did get the trade. So, like, both the players go down. That's something rare. You don't see that often. Both the players taking each other down. But elsewhere in fields, you've got RNX fighting against Extreme X. This is one of the teams that we expected to do really well, but they've already lost one of their players, and now even Tucson goes down, bringing them down to a two-man roster. Hopefully, they should be able to get away from here and get the rest quickly enough. It's only been like a hot minute, so they don't even need to actually go anywhere. They will get their players again in just a couple of minutes.
Wait, I think Shoko has idea where Flicker is. And now you can see the rest of his teammates are making a run through that vending machine above. And Flicker, he's been damaged. Problem on that end, Extreme X. It seems like maybe we called it a little too early. They're unlike Flame Esports. Maybe it is a curse that these Bangladeshi teams are facing after day one being completely great. Because Straw Hats, they did not have a great day on day one. Day two, they completely turned it around. And right as now, Raiders United as well would want to do the same. Right in front of them, on one end is Rezurrection. On the other end, it is also NXT. It seems like iQOO Total Gaming, who faced a little bit of a lash here, decided to move away and give the space to both Rezurrection and NXT.
Yeah, so iQOO Total Gaming, even though they've just lost Mafia, I don't see them having converted any eliminations. So maybe the opponent that they knocked was Rez, or maybe someone else stole that elimination. But regardless, Total Gaming suffer losses, but they will bring it back. Even Raiders United, for that matter, as of now, don't have to worry about a potential third party, because there's only NXT on the horizon. And Bunny has singled out Sabo. He knows that the vending machine is occupied, so he wants to get the elimination onto Sabo, but he can't make that risky traversal without getting shot from Jack. Sabo, he lands the shot, but like as expected, Jack will be able to get that trade. And Raiders United cover each other really well.
But you could see in this fight itself, they've not been as precise as we expect Raiders United to be. This is not their best. We've seen them do better. They've, like, with their previous name that they had, the Fire Eyes, they were literally the fire of the lobby. They're taking everybody down, whether it be individual duels or as a team. Really well played. But same situation I feel for iQOO Total Gaming as well. Mafia, yes, individually he still finds frag, but as a team, we've not seen this team function yet. It seems like if they don't manage to get points, close the gap, because see, teams at the top, which is Revenant, X-Spark, Straw Hats, Hotshot, they're sitting at 186, 190 and 194 respectively. But every other team who is still at the threat of disqualification, at the threat of not having a chance to go to the main event, are sitting at 170, and them, iQOO Total Gaming themselves, are sitting at 74 points. So if iQOO Total Gaming need a lot, that has to be 100 points today, meaning they have to have a spectacular run, something that they would bring about in the grand finals and every run, which we even saw. Under pressure, they had without pressure, they had 124 points when they played 6 games of our FFMAI itself, and now this is completely different from spring to summer.
What? You got that. Another shot connected by Shanky as well. Blue God responds by taking down Mafia somehow. This poor guy is the first one to die every time Total Gaming gets into a fight. But this time Total Gaming have actually converted 2 of those knocks into eliminations already. The dash comes through. Cheapo looking for angles, but there's just way too many glue walls in his way. And Aztec with the pre-fire, winning up close and personal with the Trogon, leaving it all in the hands of Reagan and Supreme. Can they find the angles? Reagan getting surrounded by Shanky and Vota, somehow dashes past to isolate those gunfights, and Shanky pops out of the chrono shield for just a couple of seconds and he gets taken down. Vota exacts revenge, but oh my god, look at that barrage of grenades. Vota had most of his HP stolen away. Supreme trying to get the angle onto him, but Vota hops into the car as right past. No, the vehicle blows up. This is some fast and furious action over here, and by the time we've seen all of this, Blue God has come back to life. The rest of Tonde Nepal Esports have come back to life, and Total Gaming are down to just 1 player. How did it all go so wrong? They were winning their gunfights, but still Tonde Nepal Esports have the last laugh.
As I've said before, just before this concluded, Mafia, he won his individual fight, but as a team, we have not seen them. And Mafia was the first one who was already out. He was nowhere in that competition. So these are not the best days for Mafia that's working out, and same can be said for the whole team. On the other end, trying to make sure an outcome similar to what Hotshot were able to do, Total winner. trying to go up for a fight, but their teammate Prince gets knocked. BB.S9X Esports, this is their opportunity. Like how Tonde Nepal Esports just concluded a fight, converted eliminations, they would want to do something similar. They are another team from Nepal, and we've always been expecting for these Nepalese teams to go all out, find those fights and win and make sure they qualify. One thing that after the South Asia Plains, the main event that we have missed is the teams from Nepal.
Yeah. All the Pakistani teams are doing really well. If not all the Pakistani teams, at least Hot Shots is doing well. Most of the teams from Bangladesh are doing well. But Nepalese teams, on the other hand, I don't see much improvement from them just yet. BB.S9, okay, this is their first Asia Invitational, so it's natural for them to struggle. But Tonde Nepal Esports has been here for a while. We would have expected more things from them. But as of now, BB.S9, they don't seem to have too much going in their favor. And look at Total Winner. They are hunting them down as a three-man pack. Hunter and Sammy go around the left side. Prince joins them just a couple of seconds later, entering the main doorway. Hunter, Sammy, both of them getting all the knocks in the world, and they make short work of BB.S9.
No winner, they managed to grab up 5 eliminations in this Bolt Maker as well. Prince again gets a little bit hit. Well, that was a nade from afar from Om from the squad that were just now hunted. But on the other end, Extreme X, quick, they were on their revive to get their teammates back up. Flicker, he's been under big pressure. As you already mentioned, he's a player of caliber. We've seen him in bigger stages, but right now he wants to deliver with the squad, find way. In their yesterday's performance, they were incredible, 111 points, but so far, right as now, only 3 eliminations, and majority of the fights that they've taken, they've been hit upon and they've been forced to get revives. And now they're fighting with their counterparts itself, Bangla Unity. Sihan doesn't seem to be backing off, and Flicker wants an opportunity, but Sihan is not giving him any.
Flicker, his patience is being tested. Sihan finally jumps around, baits Flicker into going left, and Hunter is also present to provide some overwatch over there. That is the end of Flicker, but while Flicker is busy fighting his demons, the rest of Extreme X are being hunted down by RNX Esports, who, by the way, are on a roll today. They've got 14 eliminations already, Lucifer, and it's just the second circle.
This is one thing that we were already talking about, and we both itself on day one mentioned RNX. They took a lot of time in FFMAI 2026 spring to figure out the lobby. They're young, they need a little more experience, but finally I feel like after the day one performance they've understood. But same thing has to be done by Raiders United as well. Fighting with NXT, damage being done, an opening being found on Ash, and even Sabo goes down. Prince to be answered, Wild Fox will do the deed, but it's not going to be enough as Raiders United raid this compound themselves and get the whole squad of NXT out.
Destroyed in seconds. This looks like something that could belong on National Geographic, not on YouTube. Sheesh. Meanwhile, Total Gaming, can they destroy their opponents in seconds? I don't really think so. It's been way too long, and they've been firing at their opponents for so long that they've started attracting the attention of other teams. Look at them trying to rotate under the bridge, hoping to secure a safe passage, but they already see another enemy on the beach, on the shore of that river, but they don't want to engage them. Not where they are right now, not in the open. They'll safely make their way in towards the Brazilian compounds, and then by using their binoculars, they figured out that the double garage house is empty, so they will just get into that.
There's so much weighing on every team right as now. There's so many storylines because they've shown us more, but right now, Troll. Yesterday we ended up seeing a complete 1v4, and now he wants to do something similar. Big damage, but unfortunately the distance is a little too much. It's just a knock, but with that knock, that's information. And as quickly as that information's gained, they're all making their way into another safer compound. But as Troll makes a jump, he will jump right in between. No rules, and they have no mercy as well. It could be a big mistake. His teammates have to be nearby. And it seems like when we speak about teammates nearby, right, as now Tonde Nepal Esports, they have their teammates nearby. However, Rezurrection, they're quickly surrounding them. So Tonde Nepal Esports with the 3 eliminations, the fight with iQOO Gaming they were able to do, they should be better on it. But they decide it's time to cut the fight, jump away.
Yeah, Tonde Nepal Esports are in a lot of trouble if they stay outside here in the open. RGX also don't want to stay in this position, so they quickly keep following Tonde Nepal Esports towards the urban compounds. Luckily, Tonde Nepal Esports have only lost 1 player in the process, and the rest of them reach the safety. They are in a particular compound, but I don't think they can stay in that one for much longer. The circle will force them inwards, and now they have way too many players to worry about. Total Gaming use that knucklers, discover 5 players, so now they know that more than Tonde Nepal Esports, somebody else is also here. They climb up on top. Aztec, Shanky, both of them raining hellfire indiscriminately. They don't care if it's RZX or Tonde Nepal Esports. They will destroy them anyway. Even landmines have been placed just to make sure that Vota doesn't get flanked around the other side. These teams, they're actually tanking a little bit of damage and staying near the garage house just to secure safe passage until they can deploy this little launcher. And when they do, they will go out of the frying pan into the fire, straight into the crosses of Raiders United.
You can see the long barrel weapons being used by iQOO Gaming. I think this is the strategy to help out Mafia, making sure that everybody is firing at a distance rather than close range, because that's something that iQOO Gaming have not converted. But Prince, that was a quick play coming in and them putting him down, and also iQOO Gaming understanding that if they play outside the zone, it's a little too difficult to recover. If they've lost their players, they have to go and search for a vending machine and then jump into the compound. Too much of a hassle. They decide rather they'll move in tandem towards the circle, take a monster truck, all the 4 players in one. Yeah, I don't think this is the best strategy, and there it is, an opening. No rules, they spot the players of iQOO Gaming one by one, they're picking them out. This is literally a big mistake, and iQOO Gaming suffer a full team wipe.
Yeah, no, this is not what Total Gaming generally do. They wouldn't make such a risky play. I know that they were in a desperate situation, but this is very unlike them. Tonde Nepal Esports choosing to do something more risky somehow. They try to scale the hill on foot, which is basically a death sentence, and they will get that sentence delivered to them at the hands of No Rules.
No Rules, what a play coming in from there, and we were talking about the all lot of Bangladeshi teams, and finally No Rules also said it's our day today. 8 eliminations that they've now acquired in their name, but if you've paid attention to the elimination feed, look at what RNX have done. They've gotten a total of 22 eliminations. We've barely inched or scraped off what they did in this lobby. We did not see much of their fight in our POV, but 22 already. We still have 7 teams standing. This is insane coming in from RNX, but the same cannot be said from RZX. Last man, it is Smarty. FGL used, damage being done. He'll not have a great chance. Zone very close by, takes the monster truck, boosts it immediately, but he is not all alone. No, he ran away from Hind, went into the crosshairs of BB.S9X.
RNX? Excuse me? What is this? You got 23 eliminations and you haven't even reached the 5th circle. Like most of the teams end up getting 10 eliminations throughout the game. Some teams who are good get 10 before the final circle, and then they bump up their eliminations up to 20 something in the final battle. They're already at 23. You're telling me they're on track to get 30 eliminations today? That would be ridiculous. BB.S9 though lifts around at Team Hind over here, and Sahil Jat, while he tries his level best to block out the sun with the glue walls, he can't do much. In the end, BB.S9 say, you can't fight in the shade. Our bullets will blot out the sun, and they take the high ground for themselves.
We spoke about the teams from Nepal and BB.S9X Esports. It seems like they are making the wrench works. It's working out for them. They're playing at the edge of the zone, finding elimination, stopping teams from entering, and Total Winner also in that same play. They're at the edge of the circle, but right in front of them is RNX on the corner. But RNX, with the plethora of eliminations they've gotten, down to the last 3 teams, looking forward to Booyah. And surprisingly this time, all these 3 team scripts have all 4 players standing in equal footing. But BB.S9X, Deepu finds an opening on Arman, the man who's found the highest elimination on the squad. But Hassan has better on the headshot conversion. But BB.S9X are still continuously troubling RNX, and RNX have to recover from it. If they don't, now Total Winner have their address, and Adib wants to put a stop to it, and he's running closer all alone. Might be a mistake.
Yeah, but Adib knows how to turn these mistakes into opportunities. When Adib falls back and Hassan steps right in, but Om is he's indifferent. He shoots him down up close with that AWM, and now even Adib falls down. Deepu destroys him, and RNX, despite being on such a hot streak, get eliminated. It's now down to BB.S9 and Total Winner.
Total Winner They waited for an opportunity to BB.S9X. They took it in their favor, but now running up is Total Winner because they were not involved in the fight. Openings found Prince, puts Om down. Deepu, he was the one who was sniping them all across the board, but now Hunter's been knocked. That's a little bit of a trouble for Total Winner. However, they have an advantage on the number. Only last two players surviving. Deepu's position is known. Compromise surrounded. Sami puts him down. One last player, Megs. What can he do? Three players surrounding him. Dash being used right to his face. He even tries the same, but it doesn't work out. Down on the ground and Total Winner in the same streak of what Hotshot did for the region. They get a booyah.
Yep. And I've been saying it that the improvement of all the Pakistani teams has been phenomenal so far. The difference between their performance in 2026 spring season and the 2026 summer season is staggering. It's not just Total Winner, but even Hotshots have improved. And just like you said, just like how Hotshots did yesterday, Total Winner secured a great start for themselves today, and they are on track to get into the top 8.
They had 98 points before this. So this game, from their end, where they calculated, waited for an opportunity, has already started great for them. And the way they played this fight out, they wanted to take a head-on clash with RNX when the rush was happening, but thankfully BB.S9X cleared that play. And now all they had to be worried about, the team in front, who had already dabbled their resources in that fight, knew that it could be difficult for them, tried their best. Here Mex tried to hold off when Prince dashed right in front, but it was not enough. Sami with his M590 with that last shot to seal the deal for this booyah.
Amazing stuff for Total Winner over here. They crack they crack Megs like it's a bunch of eggs, and they make this booyah theirs. Total Winner.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say about their improvement, because I was impressed with Hotshot, but I did not expect Total Winner to also be at the same caliber. Like, the difference between their own Pakistani counterpart and them was just so big. I thought that's not a gap that you can cover up in just 2 months. So clearly there's some catalyst at work over here. Clearly that there's some, maybe a coach or maybe just exposure to a higher caliber of competition that's helping out these teams to become better. So yeah, let's see what Total Winner have actually accomplished. We know that they don't have that many eliminations, but how many points did they come up with? 11 eliminations for their name, which brings them to a total of 23. Unfortunately, even though Total Winner have a total of 23 points, that number alone was achieved by RNX via just their eliminations.
Yeah.
And that brings them up at 31.
8 points of a difference by RNX. It's only that the zone was closing in and they were at a tricky spot. Two teams who were inside the circle and they are just in center of it, and both of them had their crosses ready, position known, glue walls revealed, so not much for RNX to do, but something that they will be happy about here, Crips, is their entire 6 games on day 1 was a total of 69 points, and right now game number 1 is 31 points. Almost close to half is what they've conquered here in the start of their last day for qualification for the main event. This is big job done. Similar stuff by BB.S9X, we spoke about them, 19 total points. Raiders United as well, eyeing in their direction. They have 18 points in their name, but a little bit of a disappointment in terms of a run were from both Team Hind as well as Extreme X. Team Hind managed to acquire only 11 points, whereas Extreme X barely inched towards 6 points. Tonde Nepal Esports, the fight they initiated with iQOO Total Gaming, we thought it would go further, but it didn't. But NXT as well, risky as ever, this purgatory did not work in their favor.
It really did not, but it worked in Aflatoon's favor, and I've started to see a lot more snipers opt for the Morse instead of the Skylar. That's just something about being able to reposition instead of forcing your opponents out of cover, forcing them out of glue walls. And he still got the Moko to shoot people through glue walls in case he tags them up once, Mara for the extreme distance multiplier, and Suzy for that extra money. Not that Total Winner needed to revive a lot, of course, but if you ever find yourself in a situation where you have to keep respawning your teammates and buying them back from the vending machines, then the Suzy can really help. He's got 2,748 damage, and with that touch damage, he was able to get 4 eliminations. Let's take a look at what his teammates have done as well, because I'm sure even though he's the sniper, the rest of his teammates also contributed really well.
They did. I think towards that end fight itself, we ended up seeing how Sami was making a run. While Aflatoon, being the sniper playing around, he did find value for his team, became the MVP. It was also Prince's Oscar dash that we ended up seeing at that right moment, opening up that wall, because of which Sami was able to put Megs down. That run itself. And then we even see, right, if both of these failed, there was still one more reinforcement that Total Winner had, who was making his way back. from behind the huts, which Megs had no idea about. But with the support also, them playing with Cassie, having Tiva, plus keeping that player as a grenadier, this additional roles that teams are kind of wielding within themselves is spectacular to see, with that one unique active skill of how they're dabbling between their roles of what they would want to do. Along with that, we already spoke about the MVP. Let's talk about their other individual players. The rushers, both having around 1300 and 1200 damage, but even Hunter as a grenadier with 7 assists having 1413 damage. This is good numbers as a whole team. Yes, we've seen bigger numbers, and some of you were like, hey, this is just a booyah, that's nothing much they've done. I don't think this is a great game for them. Converted, today is a day of qualification. Every game lost is every game won for any team that got a booyah.
Yeah, as long as you keep on getting those consistent games, even if you don't win every single one, even if you get like 15 points in each game, I think you should be good. Earlier today, we just compared Team Hind with another one of the contenders, and both the teams had an average of 18 and 18.5 games, 18.5 points per game as their average. So if those two are the most dominant teams, I think as long as you do 15 points per game, you should be good enough. And yeah, it all comes down to consistency, at least for today, and for the main event. Your consistency is all that will matter. In the champion rush, we will, try to see how effective a team can be when it comes to switching up their playstyle and adaptability. But as of now, you just need to tug on stronger. But that being said, let's head into the next game, ladies and gentlemen. Soon we will have Nextera on our screens, and these are the preferred drop spots of the teams that are playing today.
This time at least we don't end up seeing 6-7 teams all squashing it out between themselves.
We didn't even see one single fight in Brasilia.
Yeah, it didn't
everybody
happen that
rotated
way.
over there, but nobody
But at least
fought
here,
in Brasilia like that.
It's spread out, Crips. That's what I like. There is battles, but it's all spread out. But surprised that Deca Square is empty. However, from all the way to Museum till Rust Town, if you look in a linear direction, if you draw a line, there's how many teams? 3, 4, 6, 7 teams again, all in one single row. And we've seen teams from Museum making it their way to Farmtopia. If they hear a lot of sound, jump to Zipway, from Zipway to Rust Town. Easy travel that they can do. There are Zipways all across that region that they could find their way to, and this could be interesting. However, surprised to see that BB.S9X complete extreme end of Mudside is what they go, and Mudside itself is empty like Deca Square. Maybe no rules end up making a jump over there. They were close by. So this preferred drop spot feels a tad bit okay. Seems like mostly this is going to be what they wanted to play. And I feel like what was done in the game number 1 was just not for us, throwing us off our own game. It was for the viewers and even others, in case they thought that what would the preferred drop spot of this team. They're like, hey, it's Brasilia, figure out next.
Yeah, figure out next. Every team is like saying that they're going to play it by ear, but I think they already have all their plans set in motion, and their number one step of the plan, the first step itself, is deception. How do you start deceiving people? Like straight up lie about your drop spot when the producer asks you. It's that simple. Just literally lie. And I'm like, yeah, cool, I guess that's okay, but at least don't lie to us. Please don't bamboozle us. Don't make us look foolish. Regardless, even though we see a lot of traffic in Zipway, Farmtopia and Boxing Gyms.
Like how you mentioned, right? You hope for these kind of battles. That's what they were giving us hope.
I don't hope for them, I pray for them. I pray for them. I'm an atheist, but I still pray for those kind of fights. That being said though, even though these teams claim that they will drop into Zipway, Boxing Gym, Farmtopia, the central part of the Nextera Island, I do expect a lot of fights over there, just not off drop. I mean, we have seen way too many teams lose their lives while trying to move in between the fields of Farmtopia and Boxing Gym. A lot of teams end up losing their lives in the middle of that rotation, which is also why in Nextera a lot of teams prefer to play with 2 tactical markets so they can get access to a lot more launchers, and that is the primary mode of rotation in this kind of a map. Driving around is also too risky because it's not like a big open field, and every vending machine is almost
We just saw what
camped.
happened now.
Yeah, we just saw what happened now, guys. Like, we just saw that happen to Total Gaming. They thought they would have a good time and they could escape, but damn, their car just blows up. I mean, we've seen a lot of eliminations from vehicles, and yeah, that's the lesson over here, guys.
Not that way, but there's one thing at least that could work, right? Is our predictions. Let's see if this time it does make any sense. You've gone in for Extreme X again. It should have been a no-brainer, but with what just they did, I'm a little surprised if that's going to happen. On the other end, I've gone in for RNX. I was hoping already game number 2 they would start off, but in game number 1 going for 23 eliminations, that's big. No rules as well. It seems like they've picked up pace compared to their counterparts of their region. Tonde Nepal Esports, this is just that one sporadic game that they have in the South Asia Plains or in the main event, wherever when they're fighting for, they have this one game which pushes them around 30 plus points. I feel like this could be that.
Oh yeah, I'm also expecting a 30 bomber, but I am expecting that from Raiders United. We already see that they are a very elimination heavy team, and we already know that Nextera is the map where you often get to see the most amount of eliminations. That's why I've picked them up to be the table topper. I'm not saying they can win a booyah. They often struggle with that, but I'm saying they will still be the top scoring team nonetheless.
Now, top scoring teams, yes, they are still trying to make the run, but both Team Hind as well as Extreme X did not make an inch effort. It rather felt a little off to start things off. However, starting off in a very great manner, it was total winner, getting their booyah and now going towards Nextera. This is a high elimination game, and let's see when the game starts who concludes with a booyah.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a nice diagonal plane path starting off from Plazaria going up towards Twin Bridge. And I see a potential clash in Deca Square already. Raiders United have switched up their drop location and they're going to Deca Square instead. And I really thought BB.S9X would drop there with them, but they are going towards Mud Side instead. Extreme X splitting up across Boxing Gym, across Plazaria and Deca Square. These guys have gone for such a massive split drop, they probably won't have any trading potential. But apart from that, I don't see any drop clashes for RNX or Team Hind. In fact, Team Hind will also split up across Museum and Turbine. The only potential clash over here could be Extreme X fighting NXT, who went in for a very late drop, and Sabo goes down the moment his feet land on the ground.
Something's not right for NXT. However, Wild Fox wants to change it. He becomes the Wild Ones agent. That dash doesn't work. Put to rest. That was quick. 2 eliminations coming in from Wild Fox and Extreme X in a similar situation. Game 1 did not start, and it looks like Game 2 is also not about to start. Will get coins. Flicker making a run, but there is one player from RNX already, and if Flicker doesn't coin in perfectly, he might be in trouble. But it seems like that player is on the roof actually. So Flicker, safe and sound, quick gets both his teammates collecting the coins around.
Yep, Flicker really showing how his experience can help a lot. Extreme X, while they did not have that much of a drop clash, they are fighting bits and pieces of teams. They just eliminated someone from NXT, and now a sole member of RNX seems to be hunting for Flicker. I'm pretty sure that Choco is just being a thorn in their side. He doesn't actually want to force a whole team fight. Oh, never mind. I said that, and immediately 2 more players of RNX arrive over there. I think I summoned them.
Oh no! Flicker! This time at least holds him off, but it's just a shield gun. Thankfully, his teammate is also here. But what just happened? It seems like while Wild Fox got taken down here, one of the team players from NXT, they took down Tonde Nepal Esports, the first squad to be eliminated. I hope they would have a better game, but on the other end, Extreme X, they are not having it. Extreme X are being rushed by RNX. Already Sajan's lost. Flicker's position compromised. Adib damaged big time. The shield gun putting it to its best efforts is what Flicker is doing, but for how long can he hold? RNX's player gets confirmed, and now he slows this pace of attack from RNX.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Flicker, hope you don't bite more than you can chew. RNX is not the only team present over there. Even Bangla Unity have arrived. Hassan does take down Flicker, but he's met with another Bangladeshi team hunting him down. Great shot by Sihan. Meanwhile, Adarsh somehow finds Arman, and just like that, RNX are out? They were at the highest of highs in the previous game, getting so many points, and now they've just been eliminated.
Crips, that's 2 of my predictions, and they are both the first 2 teams to be eliminated. My eyes hurt at this point.
Yep, basically.
That's unfortunate, but iQOO Toll Gaming, Aztec, a bold rush right towards Toll winners Aflatun. Going for a 1v1 here, but Aztec, he gets taken down. Nice conversation, but it was unfortunate. I don't know what decisions are coming in from iQOO Toll Gaming. They rushing his individuals, and now you could see one more of their player deciding to take the launch pad and again make it back to that tracks and go in for a fight.
I mean, I wish I could say that this is just a new lineup, still getting used to each other, but let's be honest, Total Gaming have had a habit of fighting as individuals, even though all 4 of their players commit to a single fight. Nice shots by Vota. He does get 2 knocks, but he's instantly taken out. Total winner, a third partying in on this fight. And now, after eliminating the last few people of Total Gaming who were in the vicinity, they've turned their attention towards No Rules. And No Rules don't have much cover. Nothing to save them over here. Manu just makes it across. But hold up, the rest of Total Winner is actually committing to this fight. They're giving them the chase. Oh, Maheen might just be dead in the water over here. He's probably going to sleep with the fishes tonight.
6 eliminations already for Total Winner, and now looking towards Maheen. As you said, he is going to be sleeping with the fishes. The whole squad are going to be put dead to the water rights. Nothing found, No Rules. Those 3 eliminations, a little bit of a quarrel that they had with iQOO Total Gaming is all they get at the end of this game. 1 placement point for the name of it, but what Team Hind? Sahil Jat, last man running across the road, will also be picked off. Teams at the top are now falling. They are just crumbling here in their last day, last chance. Team Hind had 96 points before they started the day, and they're barely able to make a dent. 11 points in the last game. Now they just get 8. Oh wait, actually not 8. That is just 2 zeros. Nothing they get out of next era.
It's very unfortunate. Bro, there's only 8 teams left.
Today is ruthless to everybody.
It's not just ruthless, it's senseless. Next era is the highest elimination map because we get to see a lot more revives. A team could use 3 players. They could get hunted. They will still bring back the remaining 3 players and then continue fighting. They have like 3 or 4 lives, man. It's like they're playing a single player game with 3 lives over here. That's what next era generally
4
feels
teams are
like.
out.
Yeah. And now we have 8 teams in the lobby, and the first circle hasn't even begun shrinking. Like, what on earth is this? So like by the time we get to the 4th circle, there will be so much space left and very few people to occupy it. Oh my god, look at this. Again, we just said this, right? We get to see a lot more revives. So BB.S9 finally doing what I spoke about. They don't full commit all of their members to a fight. Sure, they lose a couple of players, but there's one guy literally standing at the vending machine almost all the time as an insurance policy. What happened to the insurance policies for Team Hind, RNX? Even Total Gaming almost got wiped out the same way, but at least they still bring their members back, you know? So what's happening to these teams? I've never seen 32 players alive in the first circle. Never in next era.
I think we were initially talking about the screens, right? Teams under pressure, but I feel like everybody's under pressure, especially after seeing what Group B did yesterday. Everybody is ahead at 160 points plus, and that I think is a little bit heavy for every team right now, trying to get closer. And I think they're, rather than looking at it that they have 5-6 games to play, they're just looking at that difference of reaching towards 160. However, Extreme X, they seem like they have not had an issue. Yes, they went out early. Even right now ended up losing players, but Sejan is again the first one. Tucson did not have much health, and NXT another challenge. And with Wild Fox right now, as a whole squad, they charge upon Rusty, quick to get the teammates back up, but can he survive? Positions known. Sabo on the drop, Rusty picks him off. Flicker, he is across the edge of the compound. The wall is not great, it's broken. Riptide Rhythm used, and now Rusty making a run against Hemu. Fight with Hemu, health not great, and Rusty again with that P90, rallying those bullets. Wild Fox 9 and Sabo in this 2v2. Wild Fox initially receives the damage coming in. Now Sabo wants to charge in. Blue wall put up. Flicker trying to provide cover fire. Dash from Sabo, but can he land a blow? Wild Fox on the other end. He does with his shotgun, and finally Sabo answers with recharge, and Rusty put down is NXT's chance of getting back in the game.
Luckily, there's a vending machine right there, so NXT don't have to worry about much. They can instantly res Ash and Hemu. And both the teams are fighting for control of this vending machine, but even though NXT were in a 3v2 situation, they still lost more plays than they should have. And there was a moment where I thought Flicker would genuinely pull off the 1v2 clutch, but NXT avoid tragedy at the last possible moment. Oh, look at that. Aztec breaking the glue wall so that his teammates can have access to the other side. But Total Gaming don't need to worry about their opponents just yet, because I don't think Bangla Unity wants to force this battle. They've already sent the UAV ahead, so they've got the information. And at this point, just out of abundant caution, Aztec is breaking down the glue walls to reveal any potential players on the other side. Aztec sees two of them cross over to the other building, but I don't think Total Gaming are too keen on chasing them just yet. They know that either Hunter or Zihan will have angles on them. Oh, Aztec has heard Rehan come in as well, so now Total Gaming turn their attention towards the backlines. They're like, guys, we're being flanked. We need to watch this first.
Bangla Unity, this is their opportunity, but Aztec, can he find an opening for himself? Raihan says no. Shanky's put to rest. It's all up to Aztec. Raihan, however, somehow got exchanged. It seems like Rezurrection are in the mix of it. And Vota, he'll try to make in for a rescue. And there it is. Yes, Vota and Mafia as well. They start singing the bullets out from their rifles to find a conversion. And Mafia has found a brilliant position. However, the Chrono protecting Bangla Unity for the time being will get the revives back up. But they've lost a player. However, Raihan with Vata's M1917. He'll bang for a buck. Go for two. Looking forward to the third. But Hunter finally hunts him down. Puts him to rest. But Shanky's up on his feet as well. Shanky very close with the MP5. Raihan, can he do something different? Glue walls destroyed with the help of Mafia. Bangla Unity will be put to rest. That was a hot challenge for iQOO Total Gaming. They somehow survive it.
Yeah, bro, I was so nervous for them. I almost thought they would lose that battle because Shanky did not seem like he was aware about the potential gap over there. Of course, he's got the game sense to know where his opponents exactly would be. Plus, he's got Mafia above providing information like a literal live telecast. But still, that fight almost slipped out of their hands. Now, luckily, it's just the second circle going to the third circle, so they can afford to stay outside the zone a little bit, tank the damage, and then move in. So I think Total Gaming can recover from this one. They've already got all four of their players back up, so that would be cool. But Aztec just seems to find stragglers so easily. And it's always NXT. It's never anyone else. Somehow it's always NXT that end up split dropping like this, and they end up losing their lives.
If it is Wild Fox, then the story sometimes is different because he ends up finding conversions. But for the time being, iQOO Total Gaming playing at the edge of the circle, the zone, making sure that as they move slow and steady, they are in control. I think that's something that they did miss out in the initial games that we were seeing, even in their performance yesterday. But now it seems like they've recovered. They've understood the mistakes they've done, playing together. Even though one of their players is going ahead, Aztec we ended up seeing, but it's working out. However, for Raiders United here at Intellect Center, having the major share of the circle with the split that they have, seems like they do not want to give control to anybody. Muzamil spotted out in the open, trying to boost those glue walls, but is it going to be enough? Tries to make a run back in, but they put a stop to it. Muzamil, he'll be picked off. Confirmation, and Riz, he tried to go in for a quick heal. It'll not happen, and he will also be taken down. Itachi as well. What's happening? This is BB.S9X helping out Raiders United in this battle.
Yeah, but can Raiders United actually convert any of those knocks? I mean, Total Winner are in hard cover, so yeah, sure, they'll lose their lives, they'll lose their players for a little bit. RZX also get a couple of knocks, but none of them turn into eliminations. So as of now, that's the one curse about Raiders United. If you can find somebody in the open, you will be able to convert that knock into an elimination. If you can't, well, then it's just a knock and you will accomplish nothing for it. Total Gaming, though, getting hunted like that, that's the instant replay showing the tragedy that befell them. Look at Vota still trying to get the res onto Shanky in a difficult situation like that. And Vota will be able to get so many players down with those double akimbo pistols. But in the end, it's Shanky who survives that fight, and he's the one who gets his team in. Oh no, I just said their name and Vota's already out. It's just Mafia left all by himself. And guess who's coming towards him? It's Troll from Raiders United. The rest of his teammates are up there on the big tower, but they've left one player downstairs to act as the perimeter defense.
How does this happen to iQOO Total Gaming? We were just complimenting them. We just saw their replay in an instant. Turn around. Right now trying to turn things around. NXT. Total winner. Player getting knocked. Hemu doubles it down with putting Prince down as well. That's brilliant. Nero plushie also being used. NXT trying to close the gap with Total Winner. Damage big time. Two of their players very low on health. The zone will also try to do the damage, but before that, Total Winner have to shut NXT down. But for the time being, they don't have to be worried. But wait, the worry actually happens. Is it a jump? No, I think that BB.S9X just those player cards kind of overlapping. But on the other end, not to be overlapped with the fight at the left-hand side. That's going to be Extreme X and NXT. While NXT were worried about Total Winner, Extreme X were holding at the edges, using those dips in their advantage. And now Wild Fox being knocked. I don't think Ash, Sabo and Hemu have a chance. And now Nate being tossed and Hunter doubles it down. Sabo has to get the players back up. Quick chipping damage with the flash freeze and Wild Fox. He gets taken down. Sabo is just on revival, nothing else. FGL also being used. Quick there, but Extreme X, they're right behind. What can NXT do? Total Winner just destroyed the chances of NXT.
Yeah, a couple of nades and they go completely kaboom. They get blown to smithereens. Even the remaining members are now getting full sent by Extreme X. Oh my god, that's the most unfortunate way to die. Brute forcing their way through. You got Extreme X taking control of the eastern periphery of the circle. And at one point, they were outside the zone, struggling to get inside, being gate kept. Now suddenly, they are the team in one of the most powerful positions in this circle. The only team who can probably outmaneuver them is going to be Total Winner. But they don't want to leave their house just yet. They want to stay inside cover as long as they can and eliminate the Raiders United threat first.
Oh no! All squished into one container. Extreme X, and now look at that. They placed landmines and now move away. Rezurrection, they get ahead of the circle. I thought Extreme X were playing that card so that they could maybe fool somebody to cross in front of them and take a battle, and now they're stuck. Rezurrection, they're actually taking their time. They're not making a run because they understand they're a member down. So if they try to go ahead in the circle's position, it could be trouble. Riptide Rhythm used. This could be an opportunity, but nice spotting coming in from Extreme X. They decide destroy the mines.
Oh my god. Bro, have you ever locked somebody in a bathroom as a prank? This is what it feels like. All four of you trapped in a tiny room. At least they managed to finally break out. Otherwise, they would have been dead over there. Raiders United tried to get the shots onto Total Winner as they leave the house, but they get turned around. RZX, the team that somehow managed to lock Extreme X inside that bathroom, now get completely destroyed. I mean, it wasn't a bathroom, it was a container, we all know that. But hey, don't judge me on my pranks. Judge me on the basis of my prediction. I expected Extreme X to be one of the top teams, and here they are, doing really well for themselves. Total Winner, on the other hand, doing much better than I thought they would, but they've still got this 4v4 to take care of. And while Extreme X has all their attention turned to its Total Winner, Raiders United are trying to sneak up behind them. They're trying to pull a fast one, but Sejan discovers them. Nate's tossed in their direction, and now Extreme X have all the information that they need to win this game.
Two of those eliminations exchanged between the last two squads, all fighting for the booyah. A 4v4, Extreme X, they missed their opportunity. Had only 6 points at the end of game number 1. Total Winner on the other end concluded game 1 for day 3 as a booyah. Looking forward to their back-to-back. And Aflatoon, he is not in front of our screen and he finds a pick-off on Sejan. And now Extreme X down to their last 3 members. Tuseen is ahead of it. Riptide Rhythm being used to open up a space, but Chrono was used and therefore still under protection is Total Winner. Not much to be worried about, but Tuseen, not the same thing to be said. Finally, Aflatoon's position will be revealed, and that is the reason Tuseen backs off to buy some time, and shots being taken. Flicker, that was nice information given to him. Will there be a conversion for Extreme X basis that?
Oh, look at Rusty using the launch pad with just the most active, and he's managed to successfully sneak up behind them. Hunter hunted down. Rusty now gets traded. Prince, looking to be crowned king in this chaotic battle, will he be able to overpower Rusty? Flicker's the last man left. The most experienced man for his country now has to pull off a 1v4 with impossible odds stacked against him. And Prince takes down this last opponent to take that crown, to take that booyah. And Total Winner are showing us total domination over here with 2 back-to-back wins.
What a run coming in from the team from Pakistan. Total Winner, hot shot. In their 2 days of journey, 12 games that they've played, Crips got only 1 booyah, and Total Winner, in the day they decide to dominate, they get 2 booyahs right out of the gate. And today is not just one of the round robin days. Today is the day of qualification, and them delivering like this under teams who are pressured. This is just brilliant stuff coming in from Total Winner in terms of converting, in terms of holding their ground. And look at that, Aflatoon's position was not known, and that is the reason the opening on Sejan was found. And Rusty tried to do the same thing. He made a run, looked forward to an opening, but as soon as Hunter got hit, knocked, they instantly blocked that position and then took advantage on their own end, and that is the reason it worked out. Once they put Rusty down, Flicker had no other opening, just glue walls is what he could spot, and his teammate lost. Flicker was the last man standing. Nice try with the M24 by Rusty, but nothing over there found by Total Winner with the composure that they had.
Calm, composed. That being said though, given how well they were juggling targets, I do not call that composure. I call that multitasking. I call that ADHD maxing. How on earth are you able to track so many different opponents? Like I can't even call it tactics, because I mean some of the stuff that we saw over here was downright creative, but it's this kind of innovation that keeps them at top over here, like literally juggling their opponents as if they're CCing a boss in an MMORPG game. It's so good to see them literally manhandle the lobby so effectively, and they make it look very easy. Total Winner, so good at crowd control, gets 17 eliminations and 29 points in total. Extreme X, respectable, 12 eliminations, 21 points, not bad, you know. Raiders United also not living up to their fullest potential, but 10 works is good enough. I'm guessing they must have had the highest damage but very little eliminations, because that's what happens when you stay at the top. You get a bunch of knocks, but you can't convert them into eliminations. So that's the problem for Raiders United.
Raiders United, they're trying to convert, but they're elimination heavy. This time at least they're putting points in that placement position, in that placement column. So I feel like Raiders United are making the movement in the right direction. As you can see, they're at the 9th spot with 115 points, getting closer to the top 8. Total Winner have already made their mark in that direction. Extreme X, they'd already made that decision and entry towards the top 8 with 111 points. They're slowly increasing the total points that they have. However, on the other end, the second page is where you have to keep a keen eye on. Team Hind, they got pushed back. They were 4 points away of Crips from getting to 100, and now they're at 109, but they're pushed to the 10th spot. They've not actually ranked up, they've pushed down. RNX, however, they are slowly climbing up. They're moving in the right direction. Bangla Unity, iQOO Total Gaming, they had 74 points when we started the day, and now they've acquired around 15-18 points is what I see. Not great games going in their direction. We were just complimenting, and then we would have to take back our own words. Not looking great. And along with one Indian squad, we just spoke about iQOO Total Gaming, NXT as well. Nothing going their way. 2 games done, and I don't know if there's a chance now, because they need at least 90 points from here to get closer to qualification. Looking at the teams at the top who are already at the 10 and 11 having 100 plus points.
Yeah, because if you need that many points in just 4 games, you will have to get like a 25 point average per game. Teams are struggling to get 15 points on an average over here, so 25 is just a very, very unachievable number as of now. Not if you're Total Winner though. For you, it's quite achievable. These guys have scored a bunch of points in just 2 games with back-to-back 2 years. Aflatoon has been doing really well, and he wasn't even the MVP of the previous game, right? Was he the MVP of the previous game? Okay, so yeah, consistent performance from him as well. Still using the more Smoku Suzy Maro, but this time instead of the dedicated sniper of his choice, he gets the VSK. Now his team hasn't really. They have changed something. Were they using a Rocky before? I don't seem to remember if Sami was using a Rocky before.
No,
he wasn't, right?
Like, on the cooldown, not sure, because I think this is. We'll track back on it. I think yes, did not see this last time. However, even his weapon as well. He had an AWM when he became the MVP of Aflatoon. Now he had a VSK playing. So the a tad bit slight changes that they've done, maybe for specifically on Nextera, you were also kind of banking on it, right? In terms of telling, and we also mutually agreed that this is the highest elimination game. People try to bring their players back up now and then, and I think that is the reason he wanted to make sure he has Chrono available most of the times, reducing the cooldown with Rocky being there.
Yeah, and having that time turner at your disposal very early on is a boon, especially in a game of Next Era where everybody is going to shower you with blue wall mentors and flash freezes. So yeah, that's great. But consistent amount of damage also dished out by all of these players, which brings Total Winner in a very comfortable spot. You see, they didn't even pick up a lot of fights early on. They dropped towards Zipway, went to Rush Down, then Mortar, and then they made a very early rotation towards Twin Bridge as well as Intellect Center. They did not have that many eliminations at the beginning, but then once they get towards Intellect Center, their master plan begins. They see Raiders United try to take that tower, they contest them, they try to stop them, but it doesn't happen, so they give up. They continue holding on to their own compound, and from there, look at the amount of fights that they're going to get into. They take pot shots at literally every other team because the circle converges on top of them.
Okay, I was just also backtracking, and they did have a Rocky. I think we just missed that. That was the performance that Total Winner just did, and it is a Rocky that they are wielding again, and it is working in their favor. They're continuing it as well, and great stuff being done, even in that position when you even were talking about it, right? Total Winner were almost about to be troubled by NXT. We saw that battle, that there were two pickoffs. Hemu then wanted to make a rush, but unfortunately the lay of the land, the stairs in between, the compounds and all, gave a chance for Total Winner to continue their nade parade, and it worked out, chipping with the ice grenade on the other end, Extreme X. But hey, Total Winner, this is game number 2. What they've done is taken away points for the teams at the bottom of the overall standings, making the climb to the top 8 even more difficult. And day 1 performance for most of the teams, out of the 6 in a group, at least for 4 teams, it's not been great.
Bro, again?
Okay.
Bro. Cool, bro. Cool. I'm not gonna take any of these screens seriously anymore. 6 teams in TV Tower. None of them in Bloomtown, none of them in Archway, none of them even on the tiny little rail compound or to the right of TV Tower. No, in TV Tower? Okay, bro, sure. You're really telling me there's only one team going to the hub? I almost always see a team fight in the hub. I almost always see a team fight in Bloomtown. You're really telling me nobody's dropping over there? Cool. I mean, let's see. I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams will try going towards TV Tower, and then they will see like 1,000 dive trails over there, and then they will disperse.
This is just a fake sell. I'm banking on it again. This is nowhere close to what is going to happen, especially after having losses like the game number 1 and game 2. Teams who are trying to make their climb up happen, because if they are the ones who are losing points and they decide to make a jump towards TV Tower, it's a 50-50 gamble, right? Now we saw RNX, they made a jump towards Boxing Gym. Shoko started it off, and we were like, hey, maybe that's just him trying to offset the opponent and just push them or give them a false information. But then he calls the whole squad, and then all of a sudden, gone. RNX swept out, and next era, we are not thinking for that to be working in that direction. Teams get revived. While that did not happen, while we did speculate a lot of fast-paced action, Solara is going to be even more quicker with the rails being in play. They will rotate super fast, and in that direction, where do we think teams will make a mark? We'll also predict, and let's take a look at our caster predictions basis that I've gone in for Team Hind, that they will finally make a recovery game happen, not lose out so early. iQOO Total Gaming, again, thinking that their game number 1 would have worked out, and by game 3 they would have recovered big time, is what I predicted. RNX, I still keep hope for these boys, because this is our last game. Crips here in the desk for game number 3. Then there's going to be AJ as well as Neptune coming, so I'm going and rooting in for our Indian boys to make it happen in game number 3.
Yep, and that's why I have picked up Raiders United as my pick as well. I kind of expect them to get a bunch of eliminations over here. Nexera and Solara generally are maps that really favor these aggressive teams, which is also why I've picked up Team Hind. But given their performance in the first 2 games, I am slightly worried about their firepower going into Solara. That being said, though, I have a lot of confidence on the 2 Bangladeshi teams, Extreme X as well as Bangla Unity. But I could only pick one of them, you know, for the visibility and caster standing. So I picked Bangla Unity, but I am rooting for both of them.
But with that, let's take a dive to Solara. Game number 3, we've always talked about the halfway mark every time when we get there, but this is the actual halfway for teams to understand whether they're in the race or too far away, because that finish line is getting closer than ever, just like the flight path cutting the map in half to start Solara off.
Yep. perfectly bisecting the map vertically. We start off at Eco Drain and then go towards Riders Club. Okay, so the predicted drop spots was not completely wrong. There's only one team in TV Tower, but look at how many solo players are landing over here. You've got RNX Shoko, No Rules Frenetic also landing over here. So there are teams who want to send a couple of their solos into this place just to get a couple of eliminations and early points, because everybody needs to start playing more aggressively. But it might just end up backfiring for you, because look at that. Sejan lands and he sees Flicker die right in front of him. Now, luckily, with the overwhelming numbers, Extreme X will be able to revive him and force Rezurrection Esports a step back. But none of them have their weapons just yet. The dash comes through. Sejan comes through with a dash of his own. Both the dashes, neither working well, but the P90 or Smarty and Itachi are doing heaven's work right now. Rusty is the only one standing, and the only reason he's still alive is because he somewhat dived away from his team before he landed. But if he keeps going down this path, he's probably going to run into BB.S9X.
I'm a little worried for him now. On one end, there is Bangla Unity. On the other end, there is BB.S9X Esports, as you said. See, wait. A bullet just whizzed past him. Did anybody spot? He can just hear those sounds, nothing in terms of damage yet. And he should feel comfortable. Now he can actually move towards Aquarium because Bangla Unity just cleared it out. BB.S9X, it seems like they'll have a battle. Wait, Megs? Why is he so far away? He was the one taking shots. But on the meantime, also we end up seeing Raiders United taking a challenge and winning it against Tonde Nepal Esports.
Oh, Bangla Unity, lovely shot. Hunter is so good with that Max 7. Darsh though hits them back with the shield gun. But Bangla Unity have absolutely no problems. They instantly pick up their player, instantly get the rest. The reset is so fast. Hold on though. There's a potential third party over here. Total Winner have arrived on the scene and Bangla Unity recognize this. So they dip back into cover. But unfortunately, their opponents don't get to do the same. And they get caught between these two teams. And elsewhere, we also see Extreme X getting eliminated over here. So that is also problematic.
Yeah, Extreme X, game number 1 did not go their way, 6 points only. Game number 2, at least they made it to the top 3, but right now, they're out. They're the first team. And what did they get? Nothing. 0 points, 138. Hey, the coin can flip. It's always a 50-50. You either enter into the top 8 or you don't. And if anybody else gets a chance in picking points, it could be Extreme X out of the race. We even were worried about Flame when they did not deliver a performance yesterday. Bangla Unity on the other end have to be worried about themselves. This split that they have. Unfortunately, one of their teammates who were as a savior at the vending machine will be found by Rezurrection, and now it's all up to these last two lads, Raihan and Beerus. He's lost one of his teammates. Now he's also down on his knees. It's up to Beerus, but he is flying on the sky. He's trying to be a lord of the Solara, but it's not going to work out. He will not have the weapon that he would need to battle on when he lands, and I hope he lands far away.
Total Winners, though, they've got this area under control, so they don't concern themselves with whatever Bangla Unity might be up to. They don't even care if they survive. In fact, they'll be happy that Bangla Unity survive and they can rest their players so they can just shoot them down all over again. But having taken control of Casa Vista, I don't see a lot of other threats in the northern part of the map for them. So they can continue traversing south, they can continue going towards TV Tower again, where we do see a lot of fights happening just across the area between TV Tower and Bloomtown. So that could become a hotspot. Frantic. He went for a split drop away from his team just a little bit, but his teammates are just 50 meters away. Takes a shot against Megs, and now the Riptide Rhythm should force him ahead. Can Megs actually survive this one? A third glue wall deployed, which helps him get into cover just for the time being. But No Rules have lost their element of surprise.
No Rules, however, they're still able to do damage. Mahir in between the players of BB.S9X. But he has to be a little more sharper. Frenetic, on the other end, his precision on Megs will finally be converted. More being found as well as Megs confirmation comes through. BB.S9X suffered losses. Adarsh, he's been spotted now. They're making a run towards him. Mahir wants to get him out. But he is close to the vending machine. He should be able to at least bring back one of his teammates. I'm not too sure if he was able to over there. There is one player that I can see, maybe that was the only one he was able to, and not much more money left for BB.S9X. But on the other end, iQOO Total Gaming and NXT. This battle has been seen at least once in every game so far. Sabo, he puts Mafia down, and Mafia has not looked great this entire season of summer as of now. And it seems like it could get difficult. But Wata, he saves the day for the time being. Will keep the lights running at the end of iQOO Total Gaming.
Yeah, and this fight between iQOO Total Gaming and NXT has been dragging on for so long. Like, we were discussing that earlier fight between Total Winner and I don't seem to remember who they were fighting over there, but Total Winner, when they were up against BB.S9X, these guys, Total Gaming as well as NXT, were still fighting. I mean, the whole fight between RNX and Hind concluded, but the fight between Total Gaming and NXT was going on since longer than that, even before this happened. So yeah, that was a lengthy fight. I'm actually surprised they didn't get third-partied. But now, as we look at Sahil Jat try to survive this, he jumps into the window but doesn't check the corner, and Arman catches him by surprise. So RNX doing well for themselves over here. I mean, they've been sort of inconsistent, right? They have a massive 30-pointer game earlier on, and then they get eliminated in the second game. So watching them do well over here does bring some relief, but I think they will need a lot more than this to convince me that they belong in the top 8.
You can see we have 3 squads right now in consecutive manner, in ascending order. 9, 10 and 11. Raiders United, Hind and RNX, all above 100 points, trying to get closer to 160. They've averaged around, if you kind of try to combine both the games, RNX have averaged better compared to both Raiders United and Hind, and the lowest so far have been Hind. And especially after what we just saw, Hind are barely managed to cling on. We can see they do not have much going on in the number of players they have, the damage, the health on their end. On the other end, no rules. They have no rules in any map that they play on, and now they want to challenge Tonde Nepal Esports using the slide rails, quickly making a run. And this is the best advantage on Solara. While Nextera has zip waste, you take advantage of these rails and make a run. Go away either aggressive or go away to be surviving, and that's what Regan as well as Chibo do. And Chibo with a dash commits an ability, that skill just to survive. But you can see no rules. They challenge, they rush, they're keeping this going on, and finally Chibo will be put down. And now Regan, it is tough for him. Tonde Nepal Esports, they are being surrounded. Again, another dash being used, and Manu this time is the one who uses it. But is he safe and sound? As a challenge, Tonde Nepal Esports, they try to counter it, but is it going to work out as the confirmation comes through?
I feel bad for Tonde Nepal Esports, especially Regan. He's never had a fair fight the entire day. He always gets double, triple peaked. Even now, as Tonde Nepal Esports escape the grasp of their hunters, they lose one more player to Total Gaming, who, by the way, weren't anywhere close to that original fight. So, no matter where they go, no matter whether they play together or whether they split, Tonde Nepal Esports has just been getting very, very unlucky in these kind of situations. I mean, I guess you can say that Total Gaming have also been lucky because they keep getting these freebies, they keep getting these one-on-ones which turn into their favor. But when it matters the most, when they need to step up the most, they end up losing most of their players. Like, that fight between them and NXT should not have gone on for that long. And now No Rules have a pretty good estimate about where Total Gaming could be. They even know what kind of split they have, because that monster truck is very loud, and No Rules have basically discovered where Total Gaming are. Now, the only thing that could go wrong for them is if Raiders United somehow decide to come into this direction and sandwich No Rules between themselves and Total Gaming.
That's going to be the best one for iQOO Total Gaming. But on the other end, RNX, they've started, they're going all out, and Hassan once again, look at him picking players off. In the meantime, they have an exchange of Shoko, but they get the better of it, and they'll be happy. And RNX now will quickly sit in the pickup truck, make their way in. This fight was happening outside the zone, so they need to get towards the vending machine. It seems like Tonde Nepal Esports' player is also moving in the same direction. Blue God is already here. One more player, Deepu, taking the slide rails, making a run. Blue God, he better be safe and sound. No, he gets spotted, and now they will try to chase him. The drone being destroyed, and Supreme, he wants to help out. That I'm pretty sure that his teammates will be relaying this information, but RNX, their decision of getting the player back up is all they want to do. But one of their players tries to overextend the approach, and they had to wait on the pickup truck while they did watch one of the players run using the slide rails, and now they had to waste a little bit of a time. Shoko, He's also, I hope, going to be picked up, but this could be a mistake. 3 players all going in the same pickup truck. And if Tonde Nepal Esports had eyed this, they would have gunned it down. They've destroyed with the vehicle explosion. It could have been an opportunity here for Tonde Nepal Esports to convert.
Yeah, but can they finally get this opportunity that they've been granted literally in their lap? I don't think they've got the ability to convert them, because just as I say that, Total Gaming and NXT also start clashing. Meanwhile, Tonde Nepal Esports, back when we were watching them, are still struggling with that battle. And while they do so, another Nepali team, BB.S9X, have been eliminated.
Unfortunate for BB.S9X Esports. Game number 1 seemed like it was working, but one more game, it doesn't work for iQOO Total Gaming. They get eliminated. Raiders United, they do the deed. And it's down to the last 3 games for iQOO Total Gaming to figure out. They're sitting at hashtag 13. They just inched towards 100. But that did not make their move up on the rung of overall standings. They've just been pushed back. And now Tonde Nepal Esports, while that fight with RNX worked in their favor, now they want more. They have 6 elimination. Rezurrection, they helped out. It was a little bit of a play where an enemy's enemy is a friend, and that's what happened here. However, Itachi, understanding that he's all alone, seems like takes the same pickup truck, makes a run in the other direction towards the vending machine. Maybe they also lost a couple of their comrades. RNX, while they moved away from that fight with Tonde Nepal Esports and RZX, now they have somebody else to wait and fight out. They were here for the vending machine to revive the teammates, but Manu coming in for a charge. They let the jump happen, but Hassan, for how long will be able to hold his teammates? And no rules, they're picking players off from RNX. It comes down to one last player of RNX. I think he's somewhere in the hiding around Echo Drain. But for how long? Very close by. On the minimap we can see that total winner are close by RNX. 12 eliminations. They find a lot, but they're unable to convert a game.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
There you go.
Arman's at the top. Oh, I thought he would be somewhere at the bottom hiding in the water pit or something. Anyway, he's seen Total Winner pull up to this vicinity. He's seeing Bangla Unity come up to this vicinity. He already knows where the people who are hunting him are. So now that he knows the final circle is heading in this direction, all he needs to do is hide and bide his time. Even Rezurrection, for that matter, have lost most of their members. That's why Riz and Smarty have kind of split up. If one of them gets discovered, the other one will still be able to carry the torch on forward. But it reduces their ability to fight by a drastic margin. Hind making a very risky attempt to move via the slide rail, but luckily nobody is shooting at them. Oh, I just said that. And Sabo shoots and Shoto. Sahil Jat forced to get outside and fight supreme, and he will lose his life. The Charge Buster gets the better of him.
Team Hind, they get eliminated. The teams who looked good, we spoke about them, no pressure. The heavy hitters, Extreme X, they were the first one to go out. Now Hind also out. We have 8 teams still, and it was not in the top 4, it was not in the top 5. It was the 9th position team, and it seems like while we expected the heavy hitters to find a lot of points, because that's how it was yesterday, day 2, the heavy hitters kept gunning down opponents, take down eliminations, get everything in their favor. But today it's been completely different. Frenetic becoming the damage king at 2,800, but on the other end, damaging a run again for Tonde Nepal Esports. This time it's Bangla Unity.
Things have come to a bit of a standstill now as an eerie silence develops and engulfs the entire map of Solara. Not used to seeing so much silence. It's a bit unsettling. Smarty getting targeted. He's using glue wall after glue wall. His glue UAV has been destroyed. So yeah, he is basically hiding behind a bunch of paper walls at this moment. But luckily for him, Total Winner are not focusing on him anymore. They're focusing on No Rules because they are the bigger threat. This water is about to have too many grenades explode right inside it. They're dancing around that time turner. Prince and Sami try to split up, hoping to draw the attention of Mahir in the other direction. But Manu actually strikes. Mahir with the Thompson of all guns is doing God's work over here, and now Smarty jumps in. He was hoping to steal a couple of eliminations, but Hunter says nope, not today. Of course, Hunter does get taken down, but not before his nade does the work and eliminates Prince. Raiders United want to jump in over here and try to go in for a bit of a third party. Even RNX had the same idea, but they get eliminated. No Rules finally succumb to the amount of pressure that's being put on them. And Aflatun, despite surviving that skirmish, has no chance of making it out of that water pit. Bangla United take him down.
Bangla Unity used that eco drain and plugged all the teams out of Solara. And now they go for another with the nade and take down Raiders United. The last one standing in front of them is going to be NXT. Bangla Unity looking forward to their very own booyah here on day 3 as well. Acquired one on day 1. Hunter very close by, knows where Wild Fox made a run using the chrono. Hemu wants to flank, wanted a sniper angle, but they don't give any of it. Ash close by, Ryan takes him down, Sabo is also down. It's all up to Wild Fox in this close battle. He puts Hunter down, but for how long will he stand? He also gets taken down, and it's all up to Hemu. He puts B.B.S down, that's a knock, and with that, information's known, and finally, he will be taken down. And what a run by Bangla Unity in that final fight. Picked almost 4 to 5 squads on a stretch to get this booyah.
Finally, somebody broke that winning streak for the Pakistani teams. Bangla Unity take up the mantle. I did expect them to get a lot of points, but I did not expect them to get the booyah. That's why I put them in the 3rd place on my predictions and not the 1st. That being said, though, this is super impressive. The amount of improvement that these guys have shown, especially the coordination between Rehan and Sihan, it is ridiculously good. First, they wipe out everybody towards that water pit, get a bunch of eliminations to their name, and while Raiders United and NXT are busy battling and beating each other up, Bangla Unity move in and swoop the booyah away from NXT, even though NXT had did a decent enough job of resetting and healing themselves up before Bangla Unity pounds upon them. It just shows you how quickly they execute their ideas and how quickly they execute their opponents.
And Hemu, nice thought, and I think that's how snipers want to play, but NXT have never been given that access in all the games they've played. Hemu ends up becoming the last man standing, has no visibility, no corner to play from because that's how the opponents run. And this time Bangla Unity, wait, I think this is the same. Yeah, going back, yes, it is. NXT were the last team in Bermuda, game number 5, and in Shipyard, Hemu was the last one above that platform in Crane, and Bangla Unity won that game. And now once again, the map might be different, but a little bit of throwback here happening, but Bangla Unity managed to get a booyah in the same fashion by ending the same player in that final fight and last shot. 32 total points for Bangla Unity out of Solara, total winner. However, they did not get a booyah, could not make a triple back-to-back. They still managed to get 18 points in their name. RNX almost looked like a high-scoring game, but unfortunate in position, 17 points, no rules as well. Almost about to go for a big game at Eco Drain, but yeah, man, Bangla Unity in a position uphill, had clear vision of everybody. All the teams that you see eliminated from 5th till the 2nd position are all Bangla Unity.
Yeah, but the point distribution is quite neutral this time. You got 3 teams at 17 points, 3 teams at 16 points. So it seems like everybody had a decent enough run in Solara, whether it's by getting eliminations, whether it's by getting placements. Every team farmed up quite a lot of points in this game, except for, of course, Bangla Unity. They farmed up 30 plus points, so that's very impressive. And also, I like the fact that you were able to draw that parallel to Hemu from NXT being the last one alive in that Shipyard Bermuda game. I cannot remember. Yeah, you were right. So you're basically telling me that between head-to-head between NXT and Bangla Unity are up 2-0. They're up 2-0 when it comes to snatching booyahs away from NXT. Damn, bro. It's getting a little personal in here.
And I'm pretty sure at this point, if Bangla Unity even read this, they'll be like, hey, get NXT in the final fight, and I think we're going to get another booyah. But with that being said, as of now, Sian, Raihan, B.B.S, and Hunter, amazing job being pulled off. Enhanced Hammer coming into play. Only 1 tactical market and 2 team boosters, and they also, just like how we were seeing total winner, they also have a Dreki, but not on the chrono. They have it on the Oscar for Raihan on the dash, making sure his cooldown is rather going to be smaller compared to anybody else. Mor's being used by B.B.S, and we saw Cassie Hunter playing as the support character, having a Thiva, and that is one of the reasons we were also seeing a quick revive. Sihan also had the Thiva. That is the reason he brought back Hunter back into the game quickly, and that is how this team converted this booyah in their name.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't often get to see a team enter the final fight with all 4 players and high eliminations. You either have all of your players alive in the final battle, or you have a lot of eliminations. We don't often get to see a team do both. And because this team focuses a lot more on survivability, and they have multiple people using Tivas, they've got the Cassie, their survivability is through the roof. I mean, their damage numbers, if you look, are impressive, sure, but 2,700 is on the average end of things over here. We've seen people pull off 5,000 damage per player, and despite that, despite having mediocre damage numbers, their actual elimination numbers and assist numbers are through the roof. Because when you got 7 eliminations, most of the times people who get that many eliminations end up scoring more than 3,000 damage. But this guy, he's just very efficient.
And this is where that eco drain fight that happened, it became an advantage for Bangla Unity. They picked up. They started at Aquarium. We spoke about it, where Extreme X's Rusty was stuck, and then from there they jumped to Casa Vista, suffered losses with the fight. They tried to deal with Total Winner, did not work out. They came back towards Aquarium. Resurrection troubled them, and from there they go back to Delta Isle. They are using the complete eastern edge of the map in their favor. Go to Windmill all the way, and from there towards Archway, and now they're slowly making their way back through TV Tower towards Eco Drain through Bloomtown. But this position, look at it, just above that Eco Drain water pit that we end up seeing that they were there. No Rules, Total Winner, RZX, RNX, all of them decide to fight, and Bangla Unity, clear visibility. NXT also had an opportunity, but NXT were a little worried in that situation. I feel like that, hey, there's just too many teams, and Bangla Unity right in front. Which is the fight we need to take? And in that decision making, NXT lost their opportunity of what Bangla Unity did. That I'm pretty sure NXT have the capability. It's just that they've not been able to do it.
Yeah, you hesitate and you get destroyed, and every second counts in a situation like that, which is why having all 4 of your players is such it grants you so much agency over your own decisions, because when you've got to revive someone, you need to prioritize, do I heal myself first, or do I pick him up first and then let him heal and then I heal at the same time? Even a second's hesitation will cause a massive amount of disruption. It will cause a chain reaction which will turn into a catastrophe, and in this kind of a situation, the team that survives is actually going to do really well. I mean, even in the previous games so far, I believe it was yesterday, we've seen teams who have both a Chrono and a Cassie end up being more consistent. So yeah, even though most of the snipers are using Morse this time, they don't use it for survivability. They've got other characters for their survivability. Let's see if the meta continues to move in this direction, or will it take a shift in the next few games. We will be right back after a short break.
फ्री फायर मैक्स एशिया इन्विटेशनल 2026 समर्स में आप सभी
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Summer, and the South Asia play-ins is insane. Now, we're going into final 3 matches to get the top 8, as well as who is going to go crazy right now to flip the table on the overall. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Join my brother, the Musashi AJ, will be your casters for the second half of this day.
Do you believe in magic, Neptune?
Oh, yeah.
You believe in magic?
Magic.
I was thinking of the exact same song, man, in my head. Bloody hell. Now, that's exactly what brothers are like. I believe in magic too, Neptune. I think the viewers believe in a little bit of magic. I think the players out there believe in a little bit of magic, because that's exactly what Free Fire Esports brings to your life, man. I mean, many people think that iQTG, Team Hind is out for India, but there's a big chance they make it back in here. Of course, for iQTG, the journey is going to be a tad bit difficult. This predicted drop spots, or at least the preferred drop spots that the teams say they would like to go here. Obviously, we're not going to see this happen out here on Bermuda in a bit, but if I do, I would actually be very excited. The magic is seeing this happen, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, they need a lot of elimination to climb up on leaderboard, and now we know, just to set the expectation why this hasn't changed overall from the first day that we have. It's because this is just the preferred drop spot. A plan that probably the teams has set up to be able to put a ruse on where they will be dropping, and we've seen a lot of changes happening in there. Even Crips doesn't believe it anymore, so I believe that there will be a lot of changes right now just to make sure that they will survive and get more points towards the end.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So, yeah, we are definitely not going to see that weird magic with the preferred drop spots. The teams are very sneaky, right? Obviously, they're not going to tell us exactly where they're going to go, because then they're going to get hunted down. These teams want to get to the top, but we do not have many spots available at the top, Neptune. Only the top 8, and obviously everyone from Group B is already there. Let's check out our predictions and who we think is going to be able to rise to the top and sit down with them maybe after this match. And it looks like we are twinning once again, at least, with that #1 spot out of Extreme X.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Extreme X has done so much from yesterday, and now I think they have a good chance to climb up even further. But it's just unfortunate that there's a couple of instances earlier, a few instances earlier, wherein they got eliminated, because based on my calculation, they could have ended #1 by the end of this day. But and there's a lot of teams who are really hungry right now. BU, Bangla Unity, after that, the work that they've done earlier, I think they have a good chance of getting this booyah. And also with the maps that is involved as well, we're going back to the OG map.
Absolutely. So there's a good reason why I asked you if or not you believe in magic, right? Because the magic is seeing some of these teams rise up to the top. If you talk about Raiders United rising up to the top, replacing Godlike in the current top 8, they'll need 39 points from 3 games. Now, tell me, Neptune, 39 from 3 games, isn't that a little too low? It's very doable. I just want to see these teams wake up in here. We've got 3 games. If they mess up one, they still have 2 more chances. And I have seen some pretty awesome stuff here so far at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. I expect to see even more awesome stuff. But Tonde, Nepal, wanting to tease the boys on the side of Rezurrection X, and I don't think Supreme has got the right idea here.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, it is getting tough right now for Tonde Nepal, and hopefully they can find a different approach at this point. For some of the teams right now, they are heading in. I think they're going through to what we have seen earlier in the preferred drop spot. I don't know how insane it is. When we think that they will not, they will do, and now they're doing a lot.
Oh, Valiant Dasher deep, but the BB Uzi, he's going to fail, but he does have the electrotherapy connected to him, giving him a massive advantage. Arman's back up as well with the Mac 10, and that's what it's all about, man. Arman has just the bigger brain there. He's the one that brings in the Cassie, so technically he sends his partner right in front, and he backs up with that Mac 10, giving them that advantage, always placing it 2Z, and RNX opening up the game with the first blood.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, from what RNX has done earlier, they managed to move up 4 spots before being pushed down up until game number 3. It's because of elimination that they have on the first game. So really looking forward to how they are going to stack up on the numbers once again, but they have to deal with a lot of teams right now, and they will need to be careful because it's 2 teams that they need to work with. It's BB.S9X as well as another one. It's NXT on the other side, and the BB.S9 right now backs away into the open, but not against RNX, and they are being gunned down.
Yeah, the Nepal squads have not managed to pick up a single booyah so far, and BB.S9, just a team that hasn't been able to prove themselves so far just yet. But here comes NXT to shut down RNX, but the double revive by Shoko comes on through. RNX will not get annihilated from the lobby just yet, but in this battle, they might just get kicked out. BB.S9 backing away from the players on the side of NXT as well. NXT drop by, and they pick up big points here at Peak.
Yeah, they need a lot of points right now. Currently in the 14th spot, I don't think it is enough if they just stay low on average. So they will need to increase that. Now, Ash right now, a good chance in shooting some players of BB.S9, but not even pulling a gun. So let's see what the ideation is right now, because OM might get a whiff of where he is. And there you have it. That's what I'm talking about. Not even a chance to far back, but Sabo goes in Valiant Dash, but unfortunately also goes down.
Oh, the chances of NXT dwindling down if they're going to be playing like this. They already need a monumental number of points to climb the leaderboard, to break into the top 8 and stay there, Neptune. They need about 70 off of 3 games. I need to see them in that final circle back to back to back in these remaining 3 matches, or else we will not see them in the main week. It's just unfortunate. That's how the cookie crumbles here at the South Asia play-ins. You've got 18 teams, but only the top 8 can move on forward. I mean, it's a tad bit heartbreaking, man, because these teams have been so exciting to watch so far.
Exactly. For every season that we have, there's a lot of changes that is happening all throughout the team. And it has been mentioned earlier as well, the Total Winners, or I'll say Pakistan teams overall, has been doing a lot of changes in their strategy. Thus, from yesterday it was Hotshots, now Total Winners is taking the top of the board, and the same goes for Bangladesh. So this is leaving some of the teams, especially for those from India, that might be pushed down even further and not even making it on the main event. But NXT is one of those who want to break that curse. Now, will they be able to beat down EXE? Flicker on the other side, and the backstab! Plus a Valiant Dash. Great coordination, even if Sejan was almost taken down.
Man, Sejan, what a play, what a timing. The communication on point, and the Valiant Dash getting the knock as well. They flanked around perfectly. Sejan managing to back away initially, and they did not expect him to turn around in such a way. BB.S9 now hopping on in, looking to take advantage. Flicker still alive and kicking Riptide Rhythm, but Flicker will not be able to pull this away. And BB.S9 stepping it up. Sejan too low to take this fight. Good glue wall. Archie does have a little bit of a gap to make work here. Sejan quickly recovering before he has to face off against his Max 7. Drops the glue wall melter, but Sejan knocks and gets knocked in return. Extreme X out early.
Once again, out early in here and reduces the chance of them taking the top 3 spot, but still, they've done a lot already to be in the top. But now, we have Total Winners, who's putting a lot of fight against RU as well as Total Gaming. So 2 of the totals right now in battle, and seems like Prince has managed to go for knockdown against one of the players of RU, but they are still in trouble. A lightning zone to beat them down, and they got eliminated just like that. Smart move coming from the team who pulls off that lightning zone.
What a play, man. Total Winners did not see that one coming at all. In the past, sitting on the roof used to be a big, massive advantage. And right now with the Bolt Maker in play and some smart opponents, you're probably not going to see a massive advantage up on top of any of those roofs, especially if you're sustaining a lot of those bullets and the wounds. Raiders United dropping by. iQOO TG, this is going to be a rough one. The civil war between the Indian squads about to break down.
Let's see, though, if they can push through. There goes the shot from Bunny, and there's no need to hop from this guy as they goes for the finisher against Jack. Now, they have 3 eliminations already. This might push Raiders United away from this area, but there's also a few teams. It's no rules. It's just standing by of whoever survives this. But Buddy and Prince in a good position, as well as a flank from Troll. But this is trouble in case No Rules tries to shoot down on Troll, but they are making it work, gunning them down. Water not out of the water just yet, and they might be eliminated right now, but great recovery. Now TG will need to fight because there's no getting out of this.
Water must be Australian, but he's playing for India at the moment. Raiders United won't be able to get away that easy. But he shot out at the skies. Prince now looking for the reposition and the vending machine. Can he bring his buddy back? Mafia claims the life of Bunny. Extra point for iQTG. iQTG needs massive points. They need 70 points to catch up with Godlike, but it'll be heartbreaking even if they do, because iQTG qualifying and catching up with Godlike means we'll have to kick Godlike out of the top 8. I don't know, the Indian fans are not really winning, but no rules won't punish. 2 players from the side of iQTG. Let's not talk about catching up with Godlike. They need to survive this battle first. Water looking for survival. He's not looking for water right now. He's just looking for that vending machine. 500 coins. Even if he finds one, man's dead broke. A124 locks him in. No time to turn it to save his life as well. And the water dries up. iQTG out early.
Oh, they are anticipated to move up, especially with the move that they have in their elimination. But unfortunately, Bangladesh has different plans on this lobby. Earlier, it was Bangla Unity. Now, it's No Rules is making a lot of noise. Now, the next target, though, for Bangla Unity will be Team Hind. And will they be able to spot them out? Great isolation, though. 2 on 2 right now. And here comes 3 more, or another one, to make it go for that fight. But they need to save Private Raihan, but Hunter will be knocked down as well. Great glue wall on Santerra, but Shoto needs to revive, otherwise he will be taken down. And there goes the shot, still managed to go to take that hit, but unfortunately, Lightning Zone as well as a couple of BU players knock him down.
Oh, Sahil Jad, what a grenade, beautifully dropped. Sahil Jad, amazing grenade skills, but he takes a big risk by standing out in the open. NXT is taken out of the equation already. Sahiljat needs to get picked right back up here. Team Hind with 13 points. When I asked you, do you believe in magic? I was asking if or not you believe in the magic of Team Hind. Team Hind needs massive points to squeeze themselves into the top 8, Neptune. And I think in the last 3 games, they're going to make that magical run, baby. Can they do it for India? I sure as hell think they can if they keep this one up.
Yeah, judging from the points that they have right now, they only need at least around 25 points to be able to overtake whoever is on the top 8. And since XXE had been eliminated with not so much a point, so that's an easy climb for Team Hind. But they need to survive. They need to bring in the numbers. They need to do it in 1 game so that they have a little bit of buffer onto the next 2. But will they be able to find a spot right now?
You're talking about a risky play, Neptune. 25 is going to allow them to get into the top 8, but they'll still have to fight with teams like Total Winner, Extreme X, Raiders United. So I'm looking for them to get about 55 points. That's going to be more than enough to overtake Godlike Esports. And when that happens, they don't need to worry about their spot. But like I said, 1 Indian team qualifying might just kick another Indian squad out of the top 8. Either way, it's going to be heartbreaking because South Asia has woken up. You know what? I was so happy that you brought up the topic earlier about how Pakistan has been doing well, India has been doing decent, but Bangladesh has been on fire, man. 8 booyahs so far. The closest one, the closest nation to those booyahs is India with 4 so far in their run here at the South Asia Plains. How insane is that? But RCX though, under a lot of pressure. Riz, barely any HP on him. Muzamil gets picked right back up. Team Hind. RCX calls for the Lightning Zone to make sure Team Hind does not take the fight to them, but Team Hind does not want to listen. They do not respect the Lightning Zone. They find them. Sahil Chat with the Bison. The knock comes on through. Riz is not going to survive that. And Team Hind on fire as they annihilate Rezurrection X.
KD, God from above, raining fire with that car 98. He's living up to the name right now. He's the ones in heaven bringing saving onto Team Hind. And 17 eliminations, very close to this 24 in 1 game. And it might be easier for them to reach the 50 plus that you did mention. So hopefully this continues for Team Hind. And as you look in the sidebar right now, they're slowly really building up the numbers. And for BB.S9 right now, coming in the bottom, it would be tough, but they're still making it work. They're trying to bring down Tonde, Nepal, but will they be able to survive? Because in a bit, they will be eaten by the zone as well, and probably backstab might be felt in some of the teams who are hearing this gunfight.
Raiders United, another Indian team that I've got my eyes on, man. I'm looking forward to seeing them in the top 8 based on how they've performed in the competition so far. It is just the case where many Indian teams are fighting for their lives here because Extreme X Total winners, they've just awoken some beast in them. Let's not even talk about Flame, Straw Hats, and Hotshot Esports, right? Hotshots are truly the hotshots of South Asia at this point of time, topping the charts with 194 points. Unbelievable run. We've been seeing that for so long, Neptune. But let's check out what Mex is doing here. Winchester level 2 gets the first knocked already. Supreme just not down just yet, and he has no grenades to play. So Megs is going to allow them to pick each other up. Tonde Nepal will survive that.
Let's see though. I mean, Arch a little bit too comfortable in where he is right now. Might not be expecting Team Hind to go in for those shots. And BB.S9 right now in trouble. There goes a few utilities, and Arch will be taken down. Team Hind pressured not only by the living zone, but also those from above. BB.S9 not even faced at all. But for now, it is Tonde Nepal who will not be able to make it. Only 7 points in here and eliminated a little bit early.
Team Hind with the masterful rotation, backing away from BB.S9 and punishing right back. Shoto turning around, dropping Deepu on the ground just to tell them, stop messing with us, boys. We're looking for the next circle.
Yeah, let's see though. I think they are very close enough to the next circle, but looking at that minima, it's quite an open field. They might be able to take at least a little bit of cover from that bridge, but everyone might be eyeing on them. So they need to be cautious right now. And BB.S9 is in the prime spot to snipe everyone from the surrounding area, but it might not be easy for them because we also have Bangla Unity on the other side. They're not moving an inch, they're not even making a noise, and that might spell a backstab against BB.S9.
What's the plan here, Team Hind? They've got the monster truck out, it's reparking the vehicle outside the zone. I'm not too sure if they knew exactly what they wanted to do with that one. Now they tank a little bit of damage from the circle, jumping in and out of the monster truck. Interesting play. Quick reposition coming on through. The sniper will find Sahil Jad. They have to drop by. They have to find their buddy, and those glue walls will do exactly that. Sahil Jad right back up. Deepu puts him right back down, and it looks like the Winchester's making magic work here for BB.S9. But Team Hind, super solid, super quick, picking him right back up, and they will all make it through. Amazing rotation from Team Hind.
Yeah, I mean, that is quite a clinch that they have right now. It's a good thing they have a little bit of cover, a lot of cover to distract BB.S9 from shooting them. But now, as the zone closes in, they hear a few of those teams already next to them. And I'm just quite surprised. Even with this elevation, they're not letting go of Team Hind. But here comes the shift. Wolven, though, takes a shot on Raiders United Jack. And Raiders United has lost another player, reducing their chance of getting the booyah.
Do you believe in magic? Indian style, baby. Prince Grenade, what a knock. KD gone with the AWM. Buddy, he's not going to be able to survive this. If Wolverine comes running on through, and he gets a double with the Thompson RNX, annihilated by Team Hind, who are on absolute fire. 21 eliminations so far, and Wolverine is truly mauling everybody he comes across out there. 10 eliminations so far, and it's not done just yet.
Yeah, 4 more, and they will be able to overtake Extreme X already. But they still have a few of those placement points that we are going to add up.
One more.
But Deepu, as well as the rest, will be taken down. But it is a troll right now who couldn't troll that much. Shoto will be knocked out, eliminated. The elevation is becoming deadly for BB.S9.
Oh, that's a big loss. Shoto taken out of the equation. Riptide Rhythm coming from the way of Team Hind towards possibly Team BB.S9. But wow, Bangla Unity just tanking all of those shots. Glue walls right at the edge of the zone. They are playing with fire here, Neptune. Sahil Jad and Wolven rotating around. Team Hind still with 3 players, and their snipers just not spotted just yet. Glue wall melters being laid out, but Bangla Unity still on their feet. Oh, KD got down. Team Hind needs to rotate around and save their sniper.
Oh! Ripside Rhythm onto Team Hind and Sahil Jad on the ground. This might be it. Wolven might be taken down, and both teams going in, trying to gun them down. It will be a battle between the teams of Bangla Unity and BB.S9. It's great survivability coming from BB.S9, putting pressure on one team, Team Hind, who was forced to go in against BU. But the final battle, 4v4, it doesn't end here just yet.
Bangla Unity looking for their third booyah here at the South Asia Plains. This will set a record for the most number of booyahs held by a squad. BB.S9 not stopping them at all. The players on the side of Nepal, not a single booyah secured so far, and it will not be secured. And Bangla Unity will make sure of that as they rise up to the challenge to make their way to the top 8. 100 plus points. No problem whatsoever if they want to keep up this sort of a run, but they will not need that much, Neptune. After this game, Bangla Unity is going to need somewhere in the region of maybe 20-30 points, and they've got 2 games to do that. Bangla Unity might just be in our main week.
Dude, that is a lot being done by Bangla Unity, but I do agree with you with the 3 booyahs. It catapults them up on that leaderboard, and this might be a good chance to see them in the top 8 already. And there's still a lot of chances that they can bring those numbers. But with this, especially with the performance of Extreme X not that well, they might be pushing down another team from Bangladesh, and it's not looking good. But what's not looking good is there's a lot of teams from India that is facing relegation. With this kind of performance, Godlike and Nebula might be pushed down.
That is something I totally agree with you, and it's unthinkable to think that Godlike is not going to be playing our main week, but they unfortunately didn't do as well as they did the last time. You know, they were at the cutoff at 170 points. This time around, man, they just did not make that. 169 in total for them. But Bangla Unity, on the other hand, with 2 games to go, they should be somewhere around 140 plus 150, and that is so dangerously close to Nebula and Godlike, and that will definitely put them in play for the top 8. Bangla Unity, what a run. But Team Hind almost breaking the record for eliminations, unfortunately just couldn't make it away with a booyah.
Yeah, and that's one thing. We were talking about 25 points just to get on the top 8. With this, it brings them closer, and average will increase for them, giving them more opportunity by the end of the day to be into the main event. So, Godlike out and Team Hind in. That might be the potential storyline that we have for India. But BB.S9, after being pushed down so many times, they have a good chance to move up. And judging from how the trajectory is, it might be effort. It might be it might take a lot of effort, but they're trying to make it work.
Let me put it this way. I think BB.S9 is waking up a little bit too late in the competition. Unless they believe in magic, they need some magic as well, right? Because they need about, what, 70 points to climb up the leaderboard, and it's going to be mighty difficult, Neptune. And speaking of mighty difficult, it is not going to be difficult at all for Bangla Unity to maintain this run for themselves. They've already sneaked into the qualifier. They are in the 8th spot right now after that successful run in that lobby. But look at where Team Hind is after the massive point accumulation in this matchup. They're now in the 10th spot. Not too far away, just literally 4 points away from Bangla Unity.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is really close right now for Team Hind. 4 points away from Bangla Unity, and they will be on the top 8. There's a lot of table flipping is happening right now. Even from the beginning of that game, we didn't expect that total elimination would come in that easily, and it is shortening the play time of most of the team, as well as the chances of the team to get into the top 8. So let's see on how it turns out, because there's still a couple of games that we are going to see right now, and the hopes and dreams of some of the teams are slowly dying out.
Man, Neptune, it's savage, bro. I tell you, the South Asia Plains, it's just making me I don't even know the word for it, because I'm so happy to see all of this beautiful action, but I'm so frustrated that we have such few slots available at the main week. We've got crazier guys there, but of course, let's break this down. MVP for this game, Bangla Unity's Sihan, 5 eliminations, 2 assists, 1,673 on the damage. Not too high, but more than enough to make Bangla Unity climb that ladder and make it into the main week. This is going to be record-breaking for Bangladesh in totality in terms of their performance. He rocks the chrono, Nikita Thiba Joseph. He's definitely the assigned support player of the squad, the Tiva, allowing him to quickly pick up the rest of his team members and be in the thick of the action. And he does not doubt himself, man. When it's needed, he just jumps on the front lines to take some of these fights, and it's just so amazing how they flex out there. This is Bangla Unity at their best.
Oh, well, let's see though. We're looking at a couple of our dual support right now. Thus, the survivability is quite well for them.
Yes.
We have 2 in the team boosters, 1 enhanced hammer as well, and the rusher is also bearing that Dreki. And you know how important you have the Valiant Dash as well as the Dreki, because the moment you go for engagement, enemies pull up those glue walls, you see that they are marked because they're healing, and then use that Valiant Dash, instant knockdown.
Yeah, absolutely. And Raihan must be the one that has the heal gun, because he brings in that Olivia. He just wants to make sure everybody's topped up real quick. So Hunter and Sihan, they are the assigned support players to make sure everybody is back up on their feet if they do get knocked down, and then they all recover real quickly, right? They have the electrotherapy as well to give them that extra HP to power up Raihan in some of those sticky situations. And this has just worked out so well for the squad overall. Not a very heavy game in terms of eliminations, but who cares? As long as they're getting to that final circle consistently, man, color me impressed. Bangla Unity has got the most number of booyahs so far in the South Asia Plains. How impressive is that, Matthew?
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, we were cheering on Hot Shots because they took the #1, but this is more of a grand finals practice for Bangla Unity. If they can make it, like if they can bring in that buffer that secures them on the main event, they can do the same thing onto that main event and get into grand finals. But it's still a long journey for this team. But we are seeing some light in the end of the tunnel for Bangla Unity right now. Let's take a peek on the circle analysis to see how do other teams manage to rotate?
Absolutely. Katulistiwa initially and Raiders United were hunting down Bangla Unity, Neptune, and we saw that happen so many times. After Raiders United, then no rules try to hunt them down, but they were avoiding so many of those engagements and continuously reviving. They even bumped into Team Hind as well. We saw that battle at Pochinok. They were then very quickly pushed away from that central part, and it was that recovery phase of Bangla Unity that was just so impressive, because on that revival, the players at the very edge of the circle just decided, you know what, we're going to stay out of trouble, we don't want to fight anyone anymore, and just look for the circle. And that kept them alive. It was decision making of that sort that keeps you moving towards that final circle. It's just so beautiful that they managed to figure this out, and some of the other teams have not. Because remember, from the very start of the South Asia Plains, we've been talking about how it's so important for these teams to learn how to run away. Okay, Bangla Unity did exactly that. Survival's the name of the game, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. Let's put it in a proper term. Tactical retreat. Because some might be
potato, man.
Because I might be thinking that they are scared, but they're like looking at that. They're not scared at all on the final 4v4.
Yeah.
And I'm loving that they're using that Ridge as well, because I like from earlier on the final battle, on the final 4 teams, BB.S9 had the high ground, and Bangla Unity was just right next to them. And I was wondering why they are not being shot at. It's because of that ridge that they're using, traversing, as well as the glue walls that they're putting up to keep them safe. So let's see though if they can bring it here on Kalahari, because there's not so much of those kind of scenery, but there's a lot of elevation to work with.
Yeah, RNX, Raiders United, as well as Tonde, Nepal, might just be taking that hot drop at Refinery. I feel like after what happened in the previous matchup, maybe this magic will happen as well. Maybe we will find them engaging early. But Extreme X might want to avoid the hot drop with NXT at the maze after what happened in the previous matchup. Extreme X is not in a bad spot on the overall leaderboard, right? But if you keep exiting the lobby early, you're not going to be able to make a play for the top 8. And again, man, there's very little real estate here on the top of the leaderboard. We need to make sure we can bring in the consistency. And Extreme X is one of those teams, if they just sneeze, they can get across the line, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree, but looking at data right now, the numbers right now, when it comes to Kalahari, they are in the lowest of low.
Yes.
4 points overall, or average rather, in Kalahari, and it is not looking good for the team. It might be the same story that we have earlier, losing that opportunity. But another fun fact, out of Group A and C, no one has managed to get a booyah in Kalahari. So this might be the first time that we're going to see a booyah out of these groups.
So now let's bring up our predictions, and I want to talk to you about Extreme X in a little bit, right? So we'll remember that point. So I think iQTG is definitely going to show up because, man, we need them to wake up, right? If not, there's going to be too much of disappointment out there. Team Hind is still going to grow in these numbers because obviously we're talking about them getting about 55 to guarantee themselves a spot in the top 8. And based on the previous matchup, you know they are in line with me with how they're thinking in terms of approaching this matchup. BB.S9, look, no Nepal squad has gotten a booyah so far. BB.S9 almost got close enough to it. I'm expecting these boys to complete the run now.
Well, let's see. I mean, one difference, two differences that I have is I have Rezurrection X as well as Raiders United. Because out of everyone right here, I guess, though there is no booyah just yet out of Group A and C, Rezurrection X has most in terms of placement as well as close enough to the top in terms of elimination. So overall, they top the board in Kalahari right now. And for Raiders United, okay, it's just the how well they eliminate most of the squads, especially all throughout this day. I think they have a chance to take this booyah.
I totally agree with you, man. But you know, earlier you mentioned that Extreme X is at the lowest of the low in this map. The map where they just played, where they got kicked out early, they were the highest of highest because they were literally the best performing team on that Bermuda map. They have 2 booyahs. Their only 2 booyahs is from Bermuda. So they usually perform very well there. But they got annihilated early, right? I'm expecting that recovery, man. I'm expecting them to work their way back up in this matchup. But I do agree with you in terms of stats, in terms of history, they have not really been showing up on this Kalahari map. They'll have to play this really careful. And the first thing is, don't take the hot drop at Maze. Go away. There's so many vending machines. There's so many compounds. You do not need to hot drop anyone out there. And this is what I'm missing at the South Asia Plains, which I'm expecting to see completed well at our main week, which is teams avoiding each other at the start of these matches as well. Because these massive hot drops are not helping their case at all. It's too... Sometimes 50-50 is difficult, Neptune. When you turn it into 25, 25, 25, 25, it's even more irritating.
Yeah, you need to add a lot more. So that's one thing. No, I mean, and especially in preparation for the main event, because we are going to introduce a few of the top dogs who has been doing just that. Team Falcons, we have AG, who has been just not seen overall halfway through. And if they can leave themselves out and be disciplined enough not to engage anyone else from the first half or even further towards the final circle, then they will need to study that kind of approach. But let's see though, as things are getting heated up, our map is heated as well. So let's see if this is where they will be crowned by fire or probably bathing in fire in this battle.
Well, we're following Bangla Unity as all of the teams look for their spots out there on the battlefield. Mammoth is going to be crowded with a triple hot drop at Mammoth. What is going on? At least Team Hind takes a split drop. Katie God's going to be dropping at the sub. There's a vending machine there. There are a few coin machines there. So if anything goes wrong for Wolvin and Shoto, he should be able to bring them back. Sahil Judd straight towards Stone Ridge. This is a 3-compound split drop for Team Hind.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart for them, especially as they look into a lot of opponents in front of them. Team Hind, there goes Wolfen, still aggressive with a sliver of health, and now in recovery. Glue wall put up just in perfect timing as Shanky will be trying. Here comes Shoto, and the 2v1 situation, still Shoto wins that fight. Where was Mafia? He was focused and trying to beat down Wolfen, but this might be it. Team Hind will be taken down, and it is because of Extreme X, a team that needs a lot of recovery.
Oh, easy peasy lemon squeezy for Team Hind. Easy 3 points, and they quickly make the exit. iQTG does not do what Team Hind did, which is take that split drop, and this was so purposeful of Team Hind, going in for a 3 compound drop, understanding that their rushes will be able to find some eliminations out there, but of course, if they do, and they will definitely get eliminated when they just go out as a duo like that, those revivals are going to be easy for the rest of the players. Sahiljat finding Sabo as well. NXT in a little bit of a pickle as Team Hind now focuses on them. Sabo down on the ground. No pickup coming on through just yet. Sahiljat wants to force the issue with the Max 7! And Sahiljat with a back-to-back on the knocks. Team Hind is giving nobody any face.
I guess this is the strength of Team Hind right now. Even a solo mission, they can pull off a clutch. And here comes a couple more players from NXT. The only question, though, is will they be able to spot them as they make this approach? And Hemo right now, I think the ideation is to go in for revive before to go into that battle. But Sahiljat on a hook gun. And will he be able to switch in time? Oh, there you have it. Another one. This might be an ace just out of Sahiljat taking down NXT.
Man, you do not mess around with the national champs of India. Team Hind showing everybody who's boss. NXT, you know how this plays out. You gotta back away, Sahiljat this time. Unable to overwhelm Ash. The 2v1. The distraction was definitely there, but Ash with an M1014 jumping on up with the hook gun, punishing him finally. But what's the price to pay for Sahiljat and his audacious attempt for all of these eliminations? Nothing. Easy revive. He's right back in the lobby.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's done the deed, and they gathered 3 points out of just that play. Now, let's see. It is BU against RU, and I don't know who you will be winning this fight, but as you can see, there's a knockdown already being done against Bangla Unity, but Raiders United a little bit too late on that push, and they might not be able to capitalize, but you can see from the gunshots onto BU, someone is above. It's Prince right now on Overwatch, and just trying to hop it out to get more information, but will he be able to take shots right here and not a weapon to do so because SMA doesn't have that range?
Raiders United as well as Bangla Unity, both teams have already made their way into the top 8. But if they take each other down now, it's going to be a little bit of a pickle because there's so many squads close to them to replace them in the top 8. Lightning Zone's going to be called out. No rules dropping by to say hello. Mahin finding Sihan. Sihan down on the ground. Easy pickup. Riptide. What? Riptide Rhythm finding nothing out there. No idea who shot that.
Airball.
But Mahin. Airball. Indeed. Time Turner. Mahin using that well. Manu dropping by. It's a 3v3. Bangla Unity in a little bit of trouble. No rules. Taking the fight straight up to them. Mahin will get sprayed down once again. Manu on that pickup. And this time, A124 gets them locked. And Raiders United dropping by to say hello. But Jack bit off more than he could chew. Here comes No Rules to punish him. He gets taken down. And Bangla Unity with the reposition now. With the advantage against No Rules.
Now they are safe at this point, at this elevation. And No Rules can be shut down. But Raiders United, we thought that they will be, they thought that they will be able to capitalize on that after the FGL knockdown, but didn't expect that there's a lot of opponents in front of him. But there goes Mahin being taken down. The pickup on Zihan can be done, and they can rest easy for the moment. But how can you be able to do so if in case someone jump in above you? Because there's a lot of things happening right now. It's not just a Lightning Zone, but a lot of teams dropping into the vicinity.
Yeah, Toto Winners, big rotation coming on through here. Tonde, Nepal. What a play by Reagan, but he won't be able to get away from that shot. Chibo on the other hand, M590 in hand, No Rules, Manu right outside. It looks like that windowsill is just going to be keeping him safe for the time being. Valiant dash and Chibo 180 gets the shot with the M590, and that's exactly what we're expecting out of Tonde Nepal Esports. But their players have to be careful here.
Takedown by Bunny with M590, and Chibo will be taken down by Prince. Not quite sure what Chibo was doing in there in the corner, probably using a TPP to spot out the opponent. Didn't expect someone to jump in right behind, and that is the trouble that we have in Kalahari, because someone can jump through the window as easy as that because of the hook gun that they have been using. But as we move in past the 6-minute mark. Only one team has been eliminated, and it's a good chance that we might still see NXT as well as No Rules and Tonde Nepal to bring back their teammates.
Absolutely, man. Bangla Unity, M590, Raihan, beautiful rush and annihilation. Sabo taken out of the equation, and NXT will not stop to see if they can get any revenge whatsoever. Raiders United backing away. Bunny will not get shot down. RNX, though, going in for the hunt, and Arman punished immediately. Think about your move, young man. This is the right move. Back away.
Yeah, back away. When you get hit, you need to retreat. And let's see, though, they're just guarding that vending machine all throughout. Just make sure that they have a good spot if in case they get shut down, because they don't know exactly where the shot is coming from. And Troll does manage to hit a couple of players. And Troll, though, he's just trolling. Now he's moving away. No confirmation just yet.
Yeah, he's calling for backup. The rest of the players on the side of Raiders United flanking on from the right-hand side. Jack, high ground, but he's spotting nobody because of the brilliant rotation coming through from the side of RNX as well. Arman's going to be under pressure. Troll backing away from him. M590 in his hands. Troll with the hook gun, managing to get away. Off-screen EXE facing a little bit of trouble. Jack 07 is going to be dropped by Hassan. RNX M590 on the play. Easy revive coming on through. Raiders United dragging on this battle with RNX a little bit too long, if you ask me.
Let's see now. Raiders United not united anymore, and Bunny is tasked in to go in for the clutch. A 1v3. Now Shoko would be the next one. This might be a clutch coming from him, or an ace coming from him, but that glue wall stopped him, and a revive could have been done already. Shoko stuck and now being waited. The only question, though, is where will be he headed?
Man, Shoko has no options here. Has to run. No Rules stepping in, though. Do they tag in? Mahir's going to be the distraction. Bunny spots him. Time turner pulled out. Now Bunny wants a piece of Mahir. Troll drops by to say hello as well. Mahir just saved the squad. Bunny on that revival. Mahir stands no chance here. And it looks like the rest of the No Rules squad just tells him, like, why did you do that? We're not going to help you.
Well, one thing that surprised me, though, is Shoko running away. He used that. He used that. He used that stealth bites and then run away so quickly that he couldn't even be spotted. But this is one thing that we didn't expect, though. He could have run away similar to Shoko. But speaking of some show, it's another show happening. It's Shoto right here from Team Hind and Council Hall, trying to beat down on some more players from this team of RNX.
Yeah, RNX is going to bite their tongue a tad bit more because Team Hind about to punish another player of theirs. Ah! Who's a ninja? Oh, man, he pulls up the ninja skill.
Oh, no!
RNX survives for a little bit. BB.S9, no! The Nepali squad that I had my hopes on to get the first booyah for Nepal here at the South Asia Play-ins. They won't be able to qualify, but at least the booyah I wanted for them. But Raiders United is going to say, no, Mustachio, you don't get it.
Raiders United, especially Troll right now. 5 elimination to his side, but needs a little bit saving. Onto the other side for Prince. Now, will they be able to get into the vending machine before they go in for the battle? And Bunny right now being ganged up, being rushed in, and Wolfen takes a shot away from his teammates, but Team Hind still bags that number, still bags that point, and slowly but surely they're making way with a few more elimination.
Katie God, what's the strategy, Katie God? Out in the open, Jack is going to be pressured. Wolfen up on top, M590. Ah, great blue ball. Valiant dash response, but time turner for the execution. You got to love it, Team Hind is literally on fire like a well-oiled machine. Now, Katie God kind of went away too far from the rest of the team members, got sprayed down by total winners. But it's okay. Shoto says, I got you, brother. I am rich.
Yeah, he is rich right now, but he is distracted. Doesn't matter if you're rich, if you're distracted, you can be taken down. But moments like that, They bring back KD out. He managed to save up a few more of those coins, a lot of those coins, but will they be able to save on rotation? Extreme X not being safe right now. Tucson being taken down. A couple of teams will be gunning at them right now.
Oh, it's a party, and Team Hind invited themselves. Beautiful shot from Zahil Jan. Shoto finds one as well, and it looks like Extreme X will not be able to run away anywhere. Valiant Dash breaks up the defense as Shoto Wolfen. Everybody wrecking havoc. 14 eliminations already. Team Hind literally on fire. That 50 points that I talked about. Do you believe in magic? This is India, baby, and they're rocking it. I think we are definitely going to see them at the main week. They are keeping up the kind of pressure that is uncontainable right now in the lobby, Neptune.
I do agree. I mean, we can contain excitement as well. Manu will be taking down another one. Goes in the pockets of Team Hind. That makes it 15 for the team. And they're getting close to that spot where Raiders United is. Now, NXT on the other side, taking Refinery. They have a good chance of taking the elevation this platform before the zone closes in, but there's still a lot of contention within the area.
Remember what I told you earlier, Neptune. Team Hind does not need to just jump into the top 8. Team Hind needs to catch up with Godlike, replace them in the top 8, therefore guaranteeing their spot in the top 8. The last time we looked at Godlike, they had 169 points, man. Team Hind is way too close. Just in this game alone, they should be able to catch up through those eliminations. Talk about a little bit of effort here on the last day of the South Asia Plains. Now, Raiders United under a lot of pressure. RCX, you can say the same for them. Back and forth, the shots they trade. But Team Hind rotating very slowly behind Raiders United. This is going to be the bigger threat compared to Rezurrection.
Let's see, though. The threat is definitely big in this fight. Raiders United unable to revive Prince, so that's less chances for them, less opportunity for them to be stronger towards the final circle. And as we look into most of the team already heading into this area, the horse blocks the way. They couldn't go for the push, and it is better than the glue wall.
Well, it is what it is, man. I was actually expecting, you know, when I was watching Crips and what do you call this, Lucifer cast the game earlier, I was expecting someone to block the container with the monster truck. Nobody wanted to do something mean like that. But here comes Total Winners looking for the players on the side of Raiders United. Bunny trying to hop on away. Jack 7 as well. The shots coming on through. But what a fantastic landing with those glue walls. They protect themselves, and Raiders United survive that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, Trio is now being protected with a little bit of compound compared to where they were earlier. Now, a little bit of revive happening on Extreme X. And Jack right now, great chance of going that shot. Whoever that is that blocks his sight, might be scolded a little bit because that could have been a takedown already.
21 eliminations. Can Team Hind finally break the record set by 2 squads through the eliminations, through the total points as well? But as I talk about the record, they're getting sprayed down to the ground. Shoto needs to get picked up right now. 7 eliminations in his hands. He needs more. The current record for eliminations is 24 in total. Team Hind needs 1 more to match up, 2 more to overtake. They pick themselves right back up off the ground, and they're still alive to play for it.
Still alive and kicking, and they're kicking, but then let's see, though, if they will be able to continue. A flicker! Surprise, surprise! Didn't expect him to be behind that door, but that also puts him in the crosshair by the rest of Team Hind. 24 ready to achieve, and now they need to do more. They are doing a lot already, but we still have 6 teams against them on the final circle.
Give me 1 more, Team Hind. Give me 1 more to break the record of the most eliminations in one lobby. You need 25. Team Hind on 24. They've equalized already. And guess what? The 24 record is held by Team Hind. These guys are ridiculous, Neptune. I mean, talk about the representatives from India. Resurrections will make sure RNX will not get any more resurrections off of that, taken out in the 7th spot. After all that chaos, we still have got 6 teams left in here. That's a little bit too many.
Yeah, exactly, and zone is closing in. It is getting smaller and smaller, but Raiders United right now, blocking everyone in here. One trouble though is once a small area opens up and the opponent has a grenade, they might be done for. And NXT is trying to break those down with those glue wall melters. But Troll is the one cooking the nade right now. And will they be able to push NXT out of this area so that they can be a little bit more safe? Probably prepare for the next rotation. But what good timing. Whoever pulls off this lightning zone might be saving Raiders United and forcing NXT to move away.
Glue wall melters right outside. Smart play here by Raiders United. Oh, Extreme X out in 6th. Now the plays are RCX just rotating in. And Team Hind will not be able to complete that miraculous run off of those 24 eliminations. Did they get 25? We'll never know until we see the leaderboard a little bit later on. But here comes Total Winners to win out this match. Heimu too low on his HP, but NXT is still here for the win. To give this to India. Raiders United have got 3 more players, but now the civil war again. Come on, boys, give me a break. It's a 4v3. Raiders United being tagged up by those ice grenades as well. Valiant Dash breaking down the first 2 glue balls, but they still can't get in. The defense too strong on the side of Raiders United.
Raiders United is on lockdown. They're locked in. NXT couldn't even get cover. Ow! And as you can see, Total Winners is already slowly making that flank. And another knockdown. This might force Total Winners to go in for that push, and this is a good chance for them to annihilate both of the team. But one thing is, might be the trouble right here. Raiders United, hack and slash. You were knocking on the doors. We let you in, and now you're out.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. That's exactly what you were doing, says Raiders United. And we sent you up, baby. 3 players still alive and kicking. They want to get it done for India. Can they do it? And Pakistan obviously up at top. Total Winners want to get the total win off of this lobby. But Bunny gets a snipe from afar. The AWM, but the instant pickup onto the player from the side of Total Winners. A fantastic rotation coming through for the side of Raiders United. And Rezurrection X says, we do not want to deal with you, not now. Muzamil left behind. Raiders United looking to eat him up. And Total Winners shooting from afar. Jacko 7 will get the elimination onto Riz and claims Muzamil's life as well, not allowing any bit to go to the side of Total Winners.
Now there's a good chance for a triple booyah of the day for Total Winners. Raiders United being taken down. Jack though picked up quite quickly, but here comes the backstab comes from Aflatoon. It doesn't work for him. Valiant Dash, and once again, Total Winners for another booyah. They move up even higher.
Total Winners, their 3rd booyah here in the South Asia play-ins. I cannot believe this, man. South Asia is just on another level. Pakistan on another level. Bangladesh on another level. And India is starting to struggle. In the past, they used to dominate Neptune. We've seen 2 seasons already where India was definitely a cut above. But the other regions are definitely catching up. And this is what we want to see in a competition like this. Season after season after season. Teams waking up and stepping it up. I tell you, the strategy of Raiders United here with the initial glue wall melters right outside their door to make sure nobody steps in front. NXT wanted to force the issue, and like you said, the hack and slash, Jack got a triple off of the site.
Oh my goodness, he was Jack the Ripper at that moment. He just ripped the guts out of the opponents, and it was just troublesome. I mean, NXT was just in a good spot right now. It's the pressure of the lightning zone as well as Total Winners that caught them off guard, and because the zone was closing in, there's no really chance of putting up more glue walls to that Raiders United can put themselves stuck in that area. But once again, triple booyah, and they managed to catch up to Bangla Unity out of that in just 1 day. Imagine that.
Neptune, it's not enough. It is not enough. 3 days of South Asia play-ins is not enough. We've got too many teams, too good out there. We need a longer competition, many more days for qualifiers, many more opportunities for these squads to bash their heads up against each other to show us who is the best. But for this, Team Hind breaks their own record for eliminations. But the last time they got 24 eliminations, they got 8 placement points. So they do slightly worse in terms of performance off of the placements, but it doesn't matter. They still top the charts in the #1 spot. Total Winners with the booyah and the 17 eliminations with a total 39. and Raiders United stepping it up for India. 19 eliminations and the 9 placement points.
So I'm just tracking where Team Hind was. So they started, they are already in a spot, and then slowly they were put down. And I guess that's a motivation that Team Hind is getting right now, just to make sure that they will stay afloat, and we know that they can. I don't know if they're just holding back, or probably it's not the best timing that just yet, because the moment they pull this off, then they will be a target by a lot of teams. Unless you bring yourself with a huge lead, then even if you are targeted, there's no consolation, there's no penalty for that, because you're already in a safe spot.
Let's check out the overall standings, and Neptune now 4 teams can replace Godlike in that 8th spot. We've got one more game to go. Godlike with 169 points in that 8th spot. Bangla Unity just needs 8. They need 9 to overtake. Nebula Esports not too far. XtremeX and RNX. RNX needs to make a long journey. But if RNX gets through the final circle, walks away with a booyah, with maybe 10 eliminations on their side, brother, they will be in our main week. But either way, whoever who does it, it's Godlike that's sweating bullets right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's include Flame Esports as well, because they're very close against each other. So I think the threshold, the cutoff has changed already. It's slowly building up, because a lot of teams from the bottom are breaking that averages out of the teams that we calculated earlier, and it is not looking good for most of them, especially now that we only have one game to play. And for some, this might be their best game. And I'm talking about Bangla Unity, wherein they have 1 booyah overall, and they got a total of 27 elimination out of just that map.
Like I said, if you want to guarantee yourself a spot in the top 8, you got to make sure you get more points than Godlike themselves. But the unfortunate thing is, doing so will kick Godlike out of the top 8. It is what it is. MVP of this game, Platoon from the side of Total Winners. 7 eliminations, 6,173 damage. This guy, how many bullets did he have? Assists on 5. He had the Mars, he had the Moko, he had the Maro. He did not want the Raphael. He wants more money. He wants more Free Fire coins. He wants to make sure he can buy back his buddies if he needs to. AWM, and this guy was obviously tagging everybody he saw out there on the battlefield, because to get numbers like these, especially on the damage, you need to shoot non-stop, Nep.
Yeah, I do agree. And even in the final moment wherein he managed to go for a flank, using that stealth bites out of that Moors, he was the game changer who secured that booyah for the team. But again, looking at how the team is set up right now, the rusher Sami is also bringing in another support build for them, as well as Rocky in there. So if you have more chances of pulling out the time turner, more chances as well of bringing your teammates in a safe spot, together with that basic therapy coming from Hunter, it makes Total Winners right now a little bit stronger, even in those CQCs.
Brother, they hit 3 booyahs in one day. Total Winners are total winners indeed. I am in disbelief as to how they've managed to pull this off, but I am loving every single bit of it. Look at these numbers, right? Platoon and Sammy alone have got 10 eliminations between them. Prince and Hunter with the 17 eliminations overall for this squad. They definitely hustled. And look at the damage from Prince. 5 eliminations, 3 assists, 2,668 on the damage. Total Winners with just total non-stop action in this match, and I love it, because if you want to guarantee yourself a spot in the main week, this is how you need to hustle, Nep.
Yeah, I'd agree. And then only for the day, they managed to break through 100 points already, similar to Raiders United. But in a bit, we're going to see that circle analysis. We're going to find out how the rotation is for most of the teams. And judging from where Total Winners were, they move into Oldhampton, just flank in towards Shrines. And though they have a lot of contention, they were taken down a little bit. But that Bayfront escape is what made them survive towards the end.
Absolutely, and Total Winners, they were not backing away, they were not running, they were hunting. They hunted down XtremeX, they hunted down the players on the side of BPS. They were just, compound to compound, looking for a lot of loot, making sure they were rotating only to places where there were vending machines. And you got to respect that out of the side of Total Winners. You look at the trajectory of their movement. Every single time they move from one compound to another compound, they're moving directly towards those vending machines. And I think that's a sound decision, that's a sound strategy to keep your team alive, and at the same time be very active with these eliminations.
Yeah, well, really awesome work coming from the teams of Total Winners. And we were only expecting Hotshots to be on the top spot. But Total Winners really changed the pace of the game right now. And even Bangladesh are losing out on some teams into that top 8. And that is where Bangla Unity needs to do a lot. In terms of their performance, especially in this next map, they have a good chance. 24 average points that they managed to get once or every time they jump in here. And they might be able to jump up to the 7th spot, pushing Godlike Esports below. But there's a risk involved as well that they might be taken down a little bit early, similar to what's happened to Extreme X.
Absolutely, man. Now, my heart goes out to the Nepal fans because their teams will not be able to make it into the main week, but they do have one invited squad there. But what I'm more importantly concerned about is how close these teams are to each other on the overall leaderboard. And this next map will decide a very big conclusion here. We've got one game, and this one game could just decide the fate of 4 different teams. As long as you rise up to the top, you will be able to pull it away. Is it going to be Kalahari, Bermuda, Purgatory? Is it going to be Solara or Nextera? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the random map is Solara. And we will have a huge advantage for teams like Bangla Unity, for teams like, man, I want to stop there because Bangla Unity is all I want to talk about. If you look at Bangla Unity and their run so far, Neptune, it has been so impressive. Where do they sit right now? 9th spot. Can they make it through? If they do, Bangladesh will have 3 teams qualifying from the South Asia Plains to the main week. Yeah, I could not be happier for the Bangladeshis.
Yeah, and one thing though, I mean, the team that they're chasing on that 8th spot is Godlike, who is not playing right now. They're very, very close. So 8 points only that they will be able to take that spot against Godlike Esports. But the journey doesn't end just there because there's a lot of teams below them that is also close behind. But back to Solara right now. Again, we've seen this earlier. I don't think it would happen, but we are hoping that it happens because we want to see who gets most of the points in this map.
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, this is the South Asia Plains. We are going to have some hot drops, okay? We have got too many hot-headed South Asians out there who want some points because they understand that passive plays are not going to give them that spot in the main week. And even teams who have already qualified into the top 8, they cannot drop the ball just yet. You're talking about Team Hind, Total Winner, Raiders United. They've already made the break into the top 8, but they can still be replaced by teams who are down at the bottom. You're talking about you're talking about Bangla Unity, Extreme X, RNX, even NXT might stand a chance, Neptune, but NXT might have to make a world record run in order to get the job done.
Yeah, I do agree. Now, I mean, one thing is for sure, if Extreme X decided to make this work, it's either Extreme X or Bangla Unity who makes it in top 8. No one else, because even like, it's Flame Esports. There's also Flame Esports that they can bring down, but another team from Bangladesh. So they're still kicking each other out. But let's take a look on who we are predicting to take the top 3 in these games.
Don't hate me, guys, okay? Don't hate me, all right? I still think Extreme X is going to make a mad dash for the top because they do have a opportunity. They have a chance to play in the main week. Team Hind, man, you've seen them whoop everyone already, but I don't think it's a team that's going to be slowing down the pace. If anything, they're going to be ramping it up a tad bit more. And you just saw what Total Winners did. 3 booyahs in a day. Why not just make it 4, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, for me, we have RNX as well as iQOO Total Gaming in my mix because not only were they great in this specific map, but also they can disrupt whoever is making that climb. Just make sure that they can pull everyone else. And I know it's not a good idea. It's mentality-wise, being a crab is not good. But if you want to deny a lot of teams, similar to how they were denied of getting top 8, then why not do so in this final match?
The whole crab mentality sort of a story, we Asians are very, very familiar with the crab story, right? And I think you're going to see some crab action out here as well. at worst crappy place, all right? As we head on into Solara, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, y'all gear up because it's gonna be a hell of a good time as we head on in. It's Neptune and the Mustachio on the desk, and we are gonna rock it because we know sure as hell these teams are gonna rock it. We're gonna give it our all for these squads. We're gonna be playing their very final match here, Neptune.
Yeah, let's go. On the south side of Delta Isle, they start their flight, and now a lot of teams already spreading in on the eastern side of this map onto the south of the hub. And as Crips as well as Lucifer mentioned earlier, there might be a few teams who will be taking that hub and starting those early engagement. One of those is iQOO Total Gaming, but it's a good thing that there's no contention. Most of them are not even heading to TV Tower that we expected or we saw earlier. They're heading into Archway, which is quite near enough.
Yeah, because everybody thought, oh, wow, okay, TV Tower is going to be very busy. Let's go to Archway. And everybody, it's like when you want to travel with your family and you want to drive out of town. It's going to be the holidays. And you think you are the smart one that wakes up at 3 o'clock in the morning to start driving. And the half of your country starts driving at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you're stuck in a 12-hour jam. Tonde Nepal out early. Unfortunate for them. They will be the first squad to get annihilated in this super hot drop at Archway.
Yeah, I mean, currently at the bottom, still at the bottom, and we're looking forward to them getting in onto the next season. Extreme X, though, a team that we're expected to do a lot, has been feeling a lot of hurt right now, especially what happened in earlier games. But going against no rules, Flicker, Charge Buster might be able to take a shot, but unfortunately, that Riptide Rhythm removes his cover while he's charging the Charge Buster, and that's the risk involved with that weapon.
Yeah, Raiders United trying to cap them. Ooh, NXT. Not going to stand a chance here if they keep getting annihilated in this way. And we talked about how NXT needs a crazy number of points to climb up into the top 8. And I think if Raiders United continues this run up against them like that, they are not going to stand a chance at all. But it looks like no rules is going to be the next victim. Raiders United already 6 eliminations. Mahir does not have enough HP. And then Winchester switched out to the Mini Uzi. But Troll will still lose that fight as he loses that opportunity to shut him down. Mahir with the Bison, just a better gun in that situation.
Let's see, friends trying to move in against no rules. Mahir missed out, not even going to make for that turn. Prince might not be able to make that shot, but the rest of the squad is already on their way. Mahir, valiant dash, taking down his glue wall, and Raiders United grab another point into this mix. But speaking of mix, there's a lot of fight happening all across the board right now, and it's not only No Rules who is in trouble. We also have BB.S9 as well as Bangla Unity, but Team Hind slowly building up their way in getting the most of the elimination in this fight once again.
What I'm most impressed with Neptune is the fact that the action's already so exciting here at the South Asia Plains. Wait till we get into the main week, man. But back to back, we see multiple eliminations coming on through. BB.S9 out of the equation as well. Now, that's another team who have got no chance to make it into the top 8 at all. They falter early, so lesser of the points down at the bottom to pick up from. Total Winners up against RNX, and Adib obviously overwhelmed by the number of players out of Total Winners that's in this compound. They will all lose their lives, and Total Winners pick up some decent elimination points here.
Yeah, Total Winners already on 5 elimination in the first 3.5 minute mark. Team Hind, though, trying to toughen up their arsenal right now, especially as they raided that weapons arsenal. But KD God, well, still looking up. He might be shut down or gunned down by Raiders United. It's a good thing he does have a glue wall, but there goes the Riptide Rhythm, pushes Raiders United on the flank. Troll for a takedown against KD God, and there's little no chance of him being saved.
Okay, big fight here from Raiders United, taking the fight straight up to Hind. Shoto clapped already, has to back away, cannot involve himself in the fight just yet. But look at Sahiljat, the rotation coming on through, the flank from the left. He's got the Groza in hand, great for a range like this. Bunny trying to take him out of the equation. Sahiljat does have the M79, but he's not going to be able to use it from that range. Shoto with the VSS, Wolvin backing away as well. Ice Rain is going to tag them, but Jack with the flank, but a big mistake as Wolvin turns around. Time to pull down. Prince does not have the advantage here. Wolvin has to get this fight. He has to get the knock. He does, but traded out instantly. They trade each other out of the equation, and Raiders United have the advantage with the numbers.
Team Hind, only one player remaining for their side and still out of sight. The only question though is, does he have enough coins to make it work? 12 elimination being taken down by RU, and they have raided a lot of teams right here for iQTG. They're just making their way into the next phase of the circle, probably finding some opponents into Windmill right now. Shoko going solo from RNX. Well, they have full squad, but the only question though is, where are the rest of the squad as he gets tagged up with a binocular?
And let's see. What will Radius United be able to pull away from this one? 12 eliminations so far. Team Hind on that recovery. Kitty God brings back the final player who was on cooldown. And back in it, they are. Extreme X on the other hand, getting extremely dismantled at this situation. Siljat with a knockdown onto Jack. And Team Hind only has one player in here. Siljat does have the grenade launcher, but he does not manage to stay on his feet for too long. Kitty God brings him right back in, but Raiders United now have an M79.
M79 on them. They will be even deadlier, especially if we find someone in CQC. Sensor has been broken right now. Didn't even sense the backstab coming from Shoto, and they will be able to get a few more in this fight. Now, there's a little bit of slowdown in terms of engagement, but not the movement of most of the teams. Total Winner now doesn't want to go for engagement just yet, despite of them spotting out NXT. But as we say that, Raiders United raiding another team once again. It's RNX who might be in trouble.
Shoko got shocked. Raiders United not stopping. They're not pausing. They're not slowing down. They're annihilating. Bangla Unity on the other hand finding Siljat. Siljat just having a rough time out there. And Team Hind, all they need to do is just survive into that final circle. They don't really need to go crazy just yet. And that's the reason for these passive plays as well as continuous revivals being brought in here by Team Hind. I have to say, praises once again to the best team currently out of India for guaranteeing themselves a spot in the grand finals through such a phenomenal run so far. But it's not over just yet, Neptune. They need a little bit more. And now, a team that has not proven themselves out there just yet, iQTG in the South Asia Plains. They might have disappointed some of their fans, but if they win this fight up against Raiders United, maybe they can impress us once again. Wada looking for a tsunami as he shuts down Jacko 7. Time turner called out as well. And iQTG overwhelming the players of Raiders United.
And there you have it. A lot of elimination going into iQTG right now. And Prince, the only one remaining at this point. Mafia already knows where he is. Blocks his way with that glue wall. And on the other side, Aztec might be going for the push. But there's still another opening on the slide rails on the other side. It's not being guarded by anyone from iQTG. And that might be Prince being able to survive. The angle doesn't give him that shot. And they might be able to go in for a recovery. But a smart move might be to get away from this team who's just waiting for them.
If Aztec's grenade had connected, I would have lost my mind. The guy crosses the grenade from the slide rails. Now he sees Total Winners going in for the hunt here. Bangla Unity still shutting down KD God from the side of Team Hind. So they're about to lose their lives and probably get kicked out of the lobby if they don't find the recovery again. A string of revives coming through for the side of Team Hind. And now as the circle closes in and pushes everybody else away from Windmill, is this a gathering of groups? And most of them were uninvited, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, no one's invited. Even the zone thinks that they need to leave right now. Time's up, guys. They need to lock down. And they're still not moving out. Here comes Total Winners. Aflatoon being chased, gunned down by Aztec. And also with a Coda, might be able to give him more of an advantage out in the open. But it's a good thing he have a little bit of cover on him. But Aztec already have shots. A clear view as he chased down on Prince, and Aflatoon down on the ground.
RGS 50, perfect play. Took quite a bit of attempts though, but it doesn't matter. iQTG on that recovery play. They may not make it into the main week, but they are not going to just quit this lobby and cry, Neptune. They want to prove themselves. They want to make sure they punish as many as possible before they get taken out. Total Winners taken out of the equation a tad bit too early this time round with just 6 points on their side. This is going to be very risky. A total of 179 points on their side. Total Winners earlier on that we saw. So let's hope they don't get overwhelmed later on the leaderboard, because there's still many teams still fighting for these points.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, they're very close in there. I believe they ended on the 5th spot, and they might be pushed down. Unless they really made a lot of work, because the only teams that they're chasing on above them are the ones coming from Group B. And it's just getting closer and closer. And with the performance that has been done by Total Winners, I think they might have secured that as well. But Team Hind is still not stopping, making sure that they'll be able to get a higher spot on the leaderboard right now with all the eliminations as well. But NXT moving a little bit too close. Not only Sabo, but another one far behind with the UAV will spot KD God. And will they be able to take a shot on him, or will it be the other way around?
Before we started casting, before I asked you the question, Neptune, the very important question, do you believe in magic? Team Hind only had 20 points, my friend. And the past 3 games, they have just been slapping everybody they come across. The question is, can they end with a booyah? They're still getting tortured. They'll still have to go on those revival sprees. Sahil Jad taken out of the equation yet again. It's just not their lobby in terms of an easy run.
Oh yeah, well, nothing's easy anymore, especially from what we've seen out of the teams right here. Like, a lot of engagement non-stop has been happening. I did mention that there's a little bit of pause that happened earlier, but that's just more on them trying to recover. And then the moment that they did, they are now on the push. But Raiders United being pushed, but not expecting that they will have some invited guests, and they fire back. iQTG also doing the same thing. It's RNX that they will be the target. Kenta saves Wada, and they will be able to finish them off. On the other side, we have No Rules Mahir waiting, Sensor taken down, but revive needs to be done as well for the side of iQTG.
That ain't no water, that's a tsunami. 10 eliminations already. iQTG, 24 eliminations in total right now. They want to set a brand new record. iQTG, they may not go to the main week, but if they get one more elimination, they'll set a brand new record for the eliminations. If they walk away with the booyah, brother, they will set a brand new record in totality for the whole of the Fire Max Asia Invitational. And I would most definitely love that for them. A little bit of a consolation prize for iQTG, who do not make it into the main week. But Raiders United on the side of India, looking alive as ever in the top 8 already, and they're not slowing down, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely, and no slowing down at all. Trying to catch up with numbers that iQTG has already brought in. And here comes a revive coming from iQTG. They already have 25 elimination, and they need to get into next phase of the circle. Extreme X, though, not so much of elimination, not so much of numbers on them, and even struggling to survive after a lot of encounters.
One more?
But Rusty, the guy who might be able to spot out Sensor, but as Sensor hides out, he didn't even shoot! This is it! Sensor not moving at all. Not quite sure what ideation is, but they just gave away 1 point to Extreme X.
I don't know what kind of Timu sensor that is, but it did not detect any movement whatsoever. No response. Valiant Dash breaking down those defenses right after the Rip That Rhythm was let go. Bangla Unity on fire, but Extreme X trying to snuff them out. Flicker from behind. Sian sprayed down already. Sejan on the chase as Beerus runs away from the rest of the players here. Raihan all alone had to deal with 2 players. Beerus should have supported them, and now changing his mind, making his way back in here. Beerus, make up your mind, my brother. He panicked in that situation, and Bangla Unity are going to get taken out of this lobby, unfortunately, unless Beerus finds that vending machine on the double.
Hell, you need to make a clutch right now on that revive to be able to get a few more points to their side and catch up with the rest of the squad. Extreme X, well, they are not that extreme. They are cautious right now. But Beerus in the corner being nervous at this point. Sejan already took a pick, and there goes the stealth bites. He might be able to get away, but there goes a Valiant Dash, and Beerus out. Extreme X has a good chance to get into the top 8.
What? 29 eliminations? That's a record if I've ever seen one. But no booyah though. iQTG, it doesn't matter just yet. You know the highest number of points that we have seen so far, Neptune? is 34 points in one game.
Damn.
iQTG, sure as hell, has set a brand new record here with their run. Can they make it forth just one more step? Can they walk away with 9 placement points as well? Aztec, buddy, can you deliver? He's got the quota, so he can definitely avoid some engagement.
Well, let's see now. I mean, engagement can be avoided, but not opponents. Who is guarding those slide rolls? Revive might be done, and he might be able to pull it off. A couple of revive. He's back in play. The only question, though, is where will they be landing? Because I'm pretty sure Extreme X has their crosshairs ready.
Oh, water taken out of the air. Aztec shut down, iQTG, valiant effort, but a monstrous run in this final lobby. They do not make it into the main week, but they make it into my heart. That's exactly what we were looking for from the teams who are not going to be making it to the main week. Make a statement before you make that exit. Raiders United, on the other hand, they're definitely going to be making it in there. And the last time we checked, Extreme X was not in the top 8 just yet, Neptune. This is their attempt for it.
Yeah, I mean, they have a few eliminations already, and placement point is secure to that 9. But if they get that 12, it would be good. God nade onto Raiders United, and the shot from afar. Tucson making sure it is done. But Flicker is in trouble. Troll is trolling him right now, but the blue wall saving him, and he is now stuck. He's the one trying to get away as the zone will be shifting and out in the open. Extreme X goes for that final booyah that might secure them on the top 8.
Raiders United telling me what iQTG. We can set the record as well. Extreme X though, getting the booyah. Neptune, like I said, they were fighting for a spot in the top 8. But they were far away from it, my friend. This game, getting into the final circle, getting tons of eliminations, might have squeezed them in. Yeah, you flex your screen, and you show us that it was your effort, and it sure as hell was a damn good effort. Extreme X was on an extreme play today. Bangladesh overall has been so impressive at the South Asia play-ins, and this is the best result that we have seen from all of the South Asian squads from across multiple regions this time around, Neptune, and it has just been so exciting. And I cannot believe I am shocked out of my mind that it is so exciting here, and we are not even at the main week just yet, man.
Yeah, it gets even more exciting. And the question though is, whatever performance they have in here, will it continue onto the main event? Because a lot of giants will be joining that. But before we go there, let's congratulate Extreme X. They were almost in trouble. They were in trouble with a couple of times in this day after trying to catch up and get in the top 8. But when needed, when asked for, they will be able to get in onto that leaderboard. And let's take a look on how much points they have. Oh my goodness, plenty of points, 38 points, and with this they don't even get the booyah, so this might be putting them on number 1 with no booyah, but that's no problem.
Oh my god, what is going on? I have never seen a lobby like this when the top 2 teams are walking away with 29 eliminations each, and the team that walked away with the booyah has only 10 eliminations, right? This is a record-breaking game for sure. I would love to see the overall stats of this match later on, but down at the bottom you see some teams, they just got knocked out a tad bit too early, man. Alongside total winners as well, BB.S9X, Tonde, Nepal, Rezurrection Esports. You know, these were the teams who were being tortured. They, valiant effort so far in their run here at the South Asia play-ins. Yeah, you're going to have some winners, but yes, you're going to have some who lose as well, who don't make it into the main week, but they can hold their chin up high because, man, this was not an easy lobby at all, Neptune, and I'm not just talking about this game. In the battle between Group A and C, even when you are in the battle up against the teams from Group B, it is not a walk in the park. But the MVP surely felt like it was in this game. Tucson with the 3 eliminations, 4 assists, 2,465 on the damage, rocking the Cassie, Olivia, Joseph, Nikita, making sure his buddies remain topped up with the health and that electrotherapy powering up their rushes.
Definitely 2 sin right here, and 2 sin has been done to be able to survive with a lot of fights, support his teammates, and even bring in a lot of damage for the squad. Let's take a look at the full squad right now on what combination they have brought in. So a couple of glue wall breakers we've seen, and again, that combination of that Valiant dash together with Dreki is really on point on final moments just like that. Wars from Rusty. He's the guy who always take good angle, and I'm just surprised because when they were in trouble earlier, I was expecting him to be driving away. We've seen that so many times in some of the instances we're in. We might see them go for a rapid revival, but I guess a clutch towards the end is good enough for Extreme X.
Yeah, based on their active skills here, it's very clear that they wanted to take a very aggressive fight against the rest of their opponents, but at the same time, they wanted to play that safety as well, bringing in a double Suzy, making sure they earn some extra coins so that they can bring in this revives in any case if things do go south for them. And we did see things go south for them a tad bit in this matchup. In fact, the whole day, the lobby has not been very kind to Extreme X. But you know what? This was one of those teams who were looking for the miraculous run, the qualifier into the main week. Extreme X, I believe, has done enough. But did they do enough? We'll have to wait and see, man. Flicker and Sejan, 4 eliminations between the two of them. Tusin and Rusty, 6 eliminations between the two of them. It was not a massive game of eliminations for Extreme X like what we saw on that leaderboard for the matchup. But it was more than enough, I think, in terms of... Remember what we were talking about, Neptune? If you want to guarantee yourself some points, get to that final circle and then look for your engagements. Extreme X listened.
I do agree. I mean, they're listening right now. A lot of teams has been listening as well because some has been using all those exit strategy launch pads, even those nades that's rarely being used towards this final day, towards this final game. But I guess Extreme X is one of those who's also calculating on how much they need. Thus, they don't need that much on that final, even before that game started. All they have to do is survive towards the end, get a few more elimination, and they will be able to get on the top 8. But they just went overboard right now together with that Booyah.
Absolutely, man. But I have to say, the battle in the final circle was very impressive from the side of Extreme X. They had the numbers advantage and they went in for a split. And even when they dropped into the map the very first time, you saw them all over the map. They continuously were splitting up from each other and they were mainly focusing on that revival game. Once again, Neptune, they brought in a double Suzy for a good reason. They knew that it was going to be very difficult to survive in a sadistic lobby like this. People were going to be harvesting numbers through those eliminations and they knew they were going to be the victims. And how do they make sure they still stay alive? By those revives. And they played it perfectly. They had to hit that vending machine again and again and again and again. But it paid off, my friend.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, RNX is the ones who's chasing them all over the map, and I believe they are the ones who managed to eliminate them as well towards the end as they move in onto the final circle. What a turn of events. What an irony at that point for Extreme X and RNX, but that is what needs to be done. It is what it is right now for most team, and I'm really excited on how it turned up onto the leaderboard. Who gets into the top 8, because it's getting tight right now because of how well some teams managed to push up, but some teams were also pushed down.
Are you ready? South Asia, are you ready? The world, are you ready to see how the final leaderboard of the South Asian Plains looks like? Because this is the qualifier for the main week where the true monsters lay await. Or are we actually seeing the underdogs who are going to rise up enough to tank the battle with the monsters and also wipe them out later on? I mean, the David and the Goliath story is out there in history for a good reason, Neptune. Bring on the leaderboard, my friends, because we want to see who made that qualifier. And I'll tell you this, Neptune, I was just so shocked with what Raiders United has been able to do with their eliminations, man. And they have got no single booyah in their South Asian run so far, which is insane, and they get that #1 spot. No booyah, no problem for India's Raiders United.
Hot Shots would be pushed down to second place, but they've done enough. The same goes with Straw Hats. Team Hind, after a phenomenal run right now, they managed to climb up even more from 8th place onto that 4th place in just one day. RNX Spark was pushed down a little bit, and total winners. They managed to climb up so well, similar to what we've seen from most of the squad right here, but that spells that they will be mostly Indian teams pushed down, like Godlike, Nepal Esports, who couldn't do anything at all. Let's include Flame Esports as well.
Inevitable, because we did have a ton of Indian teams here playing the South Asia Plains. In totality, we've got a total of 3 Bangladeshi squads who have made it to the main week, 3 Indian teams who have made it to the main week, and 2 Pakistani squads who have made it to the main week. Insane, Neptune. I tell you, man, Pakistan has definitely woken up. Hot Shot.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot wait to see what this team has got in store for us, and if they go to that international stage once again, what can they do? But of course, it'll be a little bit of a preview of what can happen to South Asia on the international stage in the main week. Now we want to see once again in full glory the total teams, the 8 squads that have made the access into the main week. It's going to be Raiders United from India, RNX Spark from India, Team Hind from India, Straw Hats and Extreme X, Bangla Unity from Bangladesh, and of course from Pakistan you've got Total Winner as well as Hot Shot Esports.
Yeah, a lot of movement, a lot of changes has happened from most of the teams that we have on board right now after the previous season. And we're talking about just specific teams. We are also looking at regions who've done so well. Whoever is supporting them needs a raise right now. But let's see, speaking of raise, we're raising the bar because we're going to introduce a few more teams around here, 10 to be specific, to go against the 8 that we just witnessed.
Based on what Aurora Gaming has shown us, Malaysia is now ready for the international stage. NXT Esports will give you a run for your money as well. If you think they're kitty cats, they will definitely maul you, probably scratch you as well. RRQ Kazu, Big and Trump by Vitality, Team Falcons, All Gamers Global, Demons Pride, DRS Gaming, Autobots, Titan Esports Club await the teams who have just completed their run here from the South Asia play-ins. When we go to the main week, man, we are going to tweak this pace up just a tad bit, Neptune. The excitement that you guys have witnessed here at the South Asia play-ins cannot be compared for what you're about to witness.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it can't be contained as well because so far, most of these teams are in preparation to EWC. So you know how top-notch is that. I'm really loving how well this matchup is going to turn up right now because it's some place wherein the invited teams would be able to practice that much, and also for those who made it under the play-ins will be able to deny them of that successful run. And so there's a lot of things that might happen, AJ, by the main event.
Well, the excitement has just started. We have seen the teams who are definitely going to be able to give the big squads at the main week a good run for their money if they're not careful. Who's going to do it? We'll have to wait and see, man. So much of excitement. Like I said, we promise you we will give you more. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio with the one and only Neptune the German Garcia. On behalf of Crips, on behalf of Lucifer, on behalf of Arca, Garina, and production, thank you for joining us. We'll see you guys next week at our main event.